Yeah.
There we go. We are
exactly
live.
At 5 on the dot.
We are live. Hello. Kimiku.
Kimiko. Wait, are we live on YouTube yet?
Uvia. My Soul. Stardust. Tori. Hello. Yay, woohoo. Kimiku, where are you from? Did you find us on TikTok or did you find us on YouTube or have you been around? I've noticed you've commented on our YouTube videos.
Oh, there we go.
Renee Starzy Swag.
Hey.
Hello on TikTok.
Both. Oh.
Both. Okay. Well, we appreciate the comments and the support.
Yes. I always feel happy seeing you comment.
Yeah.
I'm like, oh, so sweet. I have not drawn at all today. Oh crap, my lines are gonna be horrible today.
Have you not drawn at all? You
No.
need warm-ups.
I need to do warm-ups, yeah.
I'm the first person here. Hello, Renee.
Hey, Renee.
So, how's everybody doing? Didn't really realize you guys were live yet. We've been live for 1 minute, so
Yep.
We just went live. Been doing great. Awesome. Yeah, hopefully everybody's doing good. Let me get all that dealt with, and now I need to open up this document.
Hey, Kat. Hey, Ray. And Ashley. I feel like there's not enough background noise.
Content updates. Here we
Draw
go.
Pooh Academy. Danny.
Pooh.
I wouldn't even know how to draw like an anime version of him. He's just a little duck. He's like,
Yes.
no, he's not a duck. He's a little chicken.
Hi, I'm here. Just won't be messaging a lot as I'm going to be drawing while watching. All good.
All good. What is this?
Oops, last time I misspelled, but I meant your brush absolutely saved me. Awesome.
I'm so glad.
Hey, Kat. Every day. How's it going? Artsy Ray. Ashley. Hello. Bean. Doing good. Swag. Hello, Fox. Does anybody want to send me the stream mods? Misaki. Hello. Kireji Art. XXXXXX. Hello. Artemis. Elisa. Zelly. Lizzie. Emil. Cam. Thank you, Everyday Fox. Daniela. Appreciate it. We're doing good. So,
What are we
some
doing?
of the people are here, and I have to let you know. There's a very real possibility that TikTok is going to get banned in the United States. And what that means is Christine and I might not be able to stream on here like we were. I don't know if it will or not, but go ahead and follow us on YouTube.
Because we're moving there.
We are also streaming there right now at the same time.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. It's possible. I haven't been following it super closely, but basically, U.S. government is absolutely hell-bent on banning TikTok.
Even with all the appeals and stuff.
Yeah. So, whatever. We've been around a lot longer than we've been doing TikTok, and even after TikTok is not allowed in the United States anymore, we will still be doing what we're doing. Same exact name.
Draw Anime Academy. That's our YouTube channel.
Yeah, basically.
Thank you, Zelly.
You know, it kind of sucks. Not
does.
a huge deal, but we're still going to be doing our thing. We're actually really doubling down on YouTube, so we're going to be putting out a lot more YouTube content these days.
Yes.
But yes, Aiden Draws, thank you for the Fest crowns. Appreciate
Aiden
it.
Draws. Hey.
Hope you're doing good. Yes, so our YouTube channel, I will teach you how to get to our YouTube channel.
Yes.
Let me go to our TikTok. Here it is. So, you are on our TikTok right here. You go and hit this link, and that will bring up this menu. You can see youtube.com Draw Anime Academy. You hit that, it will bring you directly to our YouTube channel, and you can see that we are live right here.
Mm-hmm. So you can join it. I've joined it on my phone too.
Yeah. You're okay also switching over?
Nice.
Yeah, we actually started on YouTube, and then we went to TikTok, just because TikTok was super OP.
Yeah.
Early mid-January is when it's happening, if it is at all. Yeah, and what happens is it's a ban on them being able to distribute the app, so it won't be available on the App Store, and I don't believe that creators can be monetized on it anymore, which isn't a big deal. We don't actually make money from TikTok. We make money from our books and our school sales, which is not TikTok, but we'll just have to see. So I just wanted to let you guys know, if you like our content, we are not stopping, but we're probably going to move to YouTube.
Yep.
Which we already are on YouTube.
Yeah.
We are live right now on YouTube as well. So yeah. Also switching over. Nice. Yeah. You got to do what you got to do.
Mm-hmm. Colton, look, I drew Pooh as a human.
Okay. Can't stay long, but wanted to pop in. Hey, Mysel. Dingy Doodles, hello. Bozy Comics, hello. Diego West in the house, huh? I like YouTube lots more. A lot of people do. All right. It's going to be still accessible. But, since we run a business, we have to make sure that we, number one, are doing everything legit. And number two, YouTube's better anyways.
Yeah.
Do you guys only read TikTok chat or both? We read both.
We read both. YouTube's kind of read a bit slower because we're not as used to it, but we do have them both on and we do read.
Yeah, we read both.
Yeah.
We have... Crap, I need to bring it up. Come on. Refresh page.
Ooh, Uvia says I'm drawing my first weekly drawing. Nice! That's fun.
Why is this not... Okay, I can't actually see how many people are watching us on YouTube for some reason.
How are we going to get head pats on YouTube? Honestly, I have no idea.
We'll have to figure all that stuff out.
Yeah.
Docs, YouTube control panel. Oh, come on. Select stream. Here it is. 16 people currently are watching on YouTube.
Ooh, 17 now. Or...
YouTube has not as many people. YouTube is not as good for discoverability. But regardless.
Mm-hmm. Ooh, thank you, Aiden Draws, for the friendship necklace.
Oh, yeah, thank you very much.
And the first crown, fest crown? Oh, yeah, we already got that.
Thank you. Kimiku says, your hair shading vids are so helpful, I can actually understand it now. Awesome.
I am so glad. I'm so glad. Thank you. Thank you. We did upload our part 3 of our
Yep, they commented on
series.
it.
Oh, yes. Yeah.
Yes, thank you for the comments as well.
Yeah. No, I meant for the general.
Oh, okay. Yeah, by the way, we uploaded a 3-part series. We just uploaded the 3rd part an hour or 2 ago on hair shading. So the first video is on shading and rendering. The second video is on coloring and how to choose colors. And the third video is on different hair textures. So straight, wavy, curly. That is on YouTube live right now. Right now, it is live on YouTube. It's a very, very good series. Christina made it.
Yeah.
So if you want to learn how to color and shade hair of different textures, go switch to, or not switch, but go check out our YouTube. What is something that can be helpful on freehand drawing? Practice.
Practice and guidelines, I think. Practice, if you want to draw like a freehand face, you got to know the proportions of the face, and then you just got to keep doing it and doing it. So, the way how I'm able to draw a head and add in features without guidelines is because I've just done it a million times. Mm-hmm. Just do it over and over, even though it's boring. Start from scratch, mark those proportions, and then as your muscle memory gets, better, you won't need these guidelines as much anymore. You'll just know where to place them.
Hey, Crits.
Hey, Crits.
Emma Wemma, thank you for sharing the live. Had to switch to YouTube to like it. Nice. How long have you guys been drawing? Both of us our whole lives, pretty much.
Yep. I would say about 20 years for me now. Hey, the ugly squid. That's a funny name. I like it. It's Miki with twig-tail.
Shapes of the sides of the torso.
What was it? The shapes of the sides of the torso?
Still having trouble working with the boxes for bodies. Yeah, it's difficult.
It is difficult.
But, you'll get better at it. I made a drawing, but I don't think I did as good as I could do. I redo it. I would redo it if you want to.
But I think sometimes just move on.
If you
onto
feel
the next drawing.
like you're going to get something out of it, that's worth redoing.
Yep.
I'm leaving for now. I'll have to watch the YouTube video. All good swag.
No, all good.
By the way, everybody, don't forget, if you are signed up for the Secret Santa, don't forget to get those done.
Yeah.
Get those done, because the art show is going to be on the 23rd, and I believe we're planning on doing a 12-hour stream that day.
I believe so. I believe that's what we're going to do.
Misaki. Yes. And if you don't get it done, you're banned.
How dare you?
Hey!
Well, they did sign up to make
They
sure
checked
that
the
they
box.
Stuff. Yeah, they
I
did
finished
check the
my
box.
Santa a week after I got it. Awesome.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
I have a Christmas party on the 23rd, but I'll be watching the live noise.
No problem. Well, if we're gonna be on for like 12 hours, you won't miss us. So, torso, rib cage is an egg that's kind of lopsided, so it's like, it's like an egg, but it's kind of tilted, and it has like a flatter bottom on the side.
That's not a rib cage and pelvis. That's 2 rib cages.
Yeah, yeah. This is 2 rib cages. So, oops.
It kind of looks like a rib cage
It looked
and
like
a
a rib
pelvis.
cage and a pelvis. So what I meant was, this is like 1 is where you think of it like an egg, and then this is like 2 what it turns into. So you tilt it back, and then you flatten the bottom. And that's kind of what a rib cage looks like. So yeah, maybe that's too confusing. So
I decided to animate my gift, and I've been slacking so much.
Wow, you are gonna go crazy ham on it, huh?
When you're coloring in Procreate, I can't get an even toned color. Is that something to do with pressure?
That probably has to do with something with opacity.
It can have to do with pressure if your brush has pressure linked with opacity. Mm-hmm. But not necessarily. It could have to do with layer settings. It could have to do with a lot of different stuff.
Yep.
Do you have a YouTube video on heads? Yeah, we actually do, Yurt.
Yeah, Yurt. That's a fun... We do.
Y'all are y'all doing a 12-hour stream on the day of Secret Santa? That is the plan.
That is the plan.
Yes. We're definitely doing a stream for Secret Santa. Whether it's going to be 12 hours or not, we're leaning towards yes, but we have not officially decided yet.
Well, we're leaning towards yes, but we're not sure yet.
Yeah.
It's kind of like that. So, yeah, you're going to show the head video or no?
We have a YouTube video on how to draw heads called like Learn to Draw Anime Heads in Less Than 15 Minutes for Beginners or something.
Yep.
Honestly, I hope you guys never stop doing this page. I absolutely love it. I hope we never stop either.
I hope we never stop either. I hope we never have to stop.
Octaloon, hello. Can't stay. Have to study for midterms.
No problem.
Thought I'd say hi. Hello.
Hey.
Thanks for saying hi. Chell, hello. All right, Emil, have a good one.
Oh yeah, I was gonna mention a little bit more on the torso. Is there's a squishy middle. That's your insides. It's your guts, and then right underneath of your guts is your pelvis, and that's kind of like your other stable part of your body. So a lot of time you have the rib cage, the pelvis, and a squishy middle. Now that I'm just exaggerating it, but this is kind of what it looks like if it's like really exaggerated. So sometimes some girls or some guys will also have a pooch at the bottom, but it's a little bit smoother than that.
Exams this week.
And
You have the
glutes.
Pomperin cup? No. Wait,
Well, yeah,
this
you
is
have.
Pomperin.
That is Pomperin.
Yeah, I was thinking Cinnamoroll. Yeah.
I have
There
the
he is.
Melody cup.
Hello, Dahlia. It's been a while.
Hey, Dahlia.
Sam. How's it going, everybody? But yeah. Pooh.
It's Pooh. I drew Pooh, which is Daniela's silly chick stuffed animal, and I turned him into a human.
Can't stay long out buying gingerbread houses. Nice.
Yummy. Didn't we try to build a gingerbread house, but we never ended up building it?
Did we? I don't think we tried. I think we were going to try.
No,
but
I think we
didn't.
did. We actually did. We actually did build one.
Oh,
and
yeah,
then,
yeah.
And then we tore it down. We didn't even end up eating it.
Well, you don't generally eat them.
Yeah.
I mean, at least
I thought you would eat
I've
them.
never heard of people eating them. Well, they get all dusty.
That's true.
They
Well,
stay
I
up
always
for
thought
a
that you
month.
would eat them right after you, like, finish building them.
Nah. I mean, I've never heard of that, but maybe some people do.
I'm sure they have
You
them.
don't eat them? No, they get all dusty. Like, I have them up, and they're up, and I have them on the table. And then after a month or two, they're all hard and dusty. It looks nasty gray city dust.
I always thought you ate them after you built them, like the day
Like
of.
right after?
Yeah, like right after.
No, I would use them as a centerpiece.
Cause like some of the candy is like all nice and fresh, and I'm like, oh, that actually looks pretty tasty. You gotta eat them right after you make them. See?
I actually ate them one time. They taste so dry and hard, it's gross.
Okay, that's fair enough. I guess we got two sides.
You eat
going.
them right after. Clear cover over it for a few days, then devour. Yeah, I never went in with the intention of eating it. I went in with the intention of making art.
Now I would definitely eat it if I made a homemade gingerbread tower.
Talking about gingerbread houses,
Gingerbread
Daniela.
houses, yeah.
Tori
Like if
the
I made
artist,
my
what
own.
are we sipping on today? Some Alani.
Alani,
Ooh, I need that one.
go get it. Here you go. This is kind of a cute character, isn't it? I can imagine her with blue hair.
Yummy.
Well, as always, I'm free to take questions.
I'm gonna move to your guys' YouTube channel to watch some of your tutorials. All right.
No
Leave a
problem.
comment on the ones that you watch.
Yes, because that'd be really lovely. I'd really love to hear your feedback.
Yeah. Why do iPads die so fast?
I don't know. Bye, Emma Wemma. That's a cute name. Emma Wemma. That's a cute.
It's good.
How do you minimize TikTok streams? I need to work on Secret Santa while I watch this stream.
I have no idea. What are you on? PC or
How to shade
phone?
correctly?
How to shade correctly?
Shading, I guess.
Are y'all joining the weekly? I've thought about it.
I want
I did
to.
a sketch.
I want to, but my ideas aren't actually coming out the way I want them to because I don't want them to look like generic magical girls.
Your ideas are coming out.
Like
the
my
way
my ideas aren't coming
Oh,
out the
okay.
way I want them to. Yeah.
And we have a lot of stuff that we have to do as well. A lot of
Yeah.
work-related things. In culinary school, we made elaborate gingerbread houses as our final. Nice.
Whoa! What? Who said that?
Tori.
Whoa!
Tori, did you go to culinary school?
That's cool.
What brush are you using? You can download it for free on the linky on our profile.
So shading. Exactly what do you want to know about shading? Because like I don't know, maybe I don't want to just teach like boring stuff. I also want to teach like something that maybe you're struggling with personally. So let me know.
Arms.
Arms? Okay, arms. Maybe we'll do arms first while we wait for the other question.
Yep. So how's everybody doing? Anybody new?
Yeah.
Little bit of a low
Low energy stream.
low viewership today. What gives TikTok?
Maybe they know.
Creative, Sasaki, hello, poses,
Poses, okay.
legs, hi. I'm not creative.
Legs.
Dramatic. I'm actually new. No, you're not.
No, you're not. So, when I draw arms, I draw the rib cage first, and then I add a little armhole to it. So this is like the side of the
Shading
armhole.
arms, not drawing them.
Shading arms.
In order to shade things, you have to be able to draw them.
Yeah,
So shading problems are actually drawing problems.
that's so true. Then what I do is I draw a cylinder. Actually, no, I draw a little bump on top. This is your deltoid right here. I draw it right after the end of this point.
Sweet face. I'm low-key new. Hello.
Hey.
Welcome. Low-key? Like new?
Kinda.
Like your second stream or something?
So this is where I would add in the cylinder. Cylinder starts here. This is your deltoid. So your deltoid connects to your shoulder. And then comes the cylinder for the arm. And then at the end of the rib cage, this is where your elbow begins. So that's why there's the upper arm and the lower arm. And then I just simplify the lower arm into a box as well. No, not a box, a cylinder. And then I turn it into a box for the wrist. And I make sure that the forearm and the upper arm are like about the same size. Maybe I think the forearm's a bit shorter. But you can always adjust that later.
Low-key new. Lizzie.
Low key.
Yes, it was fun, but I had to stop to help out with my fam. I have so many bread recipes. Nice.
Ooh, bread recipes.
Yeah, we hang out. Tori, do you know about JP and Hannah, the streams? where we went live with them. Tori was around during that time, right?
Maybe.
You do.
You do. Okay. I add the arm tubes too close to the body. Yeah, sometimes it kind of does feel like that. Let me think. I wanna test this out really quick because I want to find a new way to teach arms.
Moshi, hello.
Moshi.
Help on drawing those body box shapes in different poses, twisting, crouching, etc.
Whoa, twisting, crouching. Those are difficult, but I can try to break it down.
Oh, there was a thing that I saw that Kirk Shinmoto was doing. I was going through his class.
What?
When it came to he was drawing bodies, right? You know how you can start with just the like this kind of thing?
Mm-hmm.
Well, he came in here and he was like, he started adding the side of the box in there for like the pelvis.
Yep.
And it was just kind of, and then he adds the egg for the rib cage like this.
Oh.
Like it's pretty standard, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that was kind of interesting, because I always thought, like, you know, you start off with this 2 boxes. It's like, kind of, how do you go from here, right?
Okay.
But you can add the rib cage in there, and you can add the pelvis, and you can go, oh, well, here's the top of the pelvis.
Oh, thank you for the follow.
Like that.
Oh, okay.
You know, so let's just say, there's the ears.
Yeah, the body is definitely very complicated. Oh, you just drew the back of the body. That's fun.
Yeah, but he put dots at the edge of the box like this.
Yep.
And then he kind of put the scapula in like this. And then the deltoid was on like the outside of that.
Okay.
Like connected the arms, right?
Yep.
We'll say, you know, and then delts, delts, tricep,
Wow.
lats. I
That's
just thought
a
it
good
was kind of
pose.
interesting.
Yeah.
You know, it's kind of a weird lower part of the body.
No, I like it though.
You like
Keep
it?
I like it. I like the gesture.
I can't see because I'm so not on the iPad. It's so distorted. I just can't see anything. I'm like looking at it from this crazy angle. That's better. Yeah, I don't know. But
I like it. Oh, it looks wonderful.
that's one way that you can do it.
There, added a boob.
What?
Added
It's a
boob.
guy.
I know.
But yeah, like when it comes to figure drawing, starting with something really simple and then kind of injecting the perspective later can help a lot.
Yeah. So you could, for the arms, start with like a cylinder and attach it right down here. But I feel like this is the end of the clavicle. And just having it immediately go into the cylinder is a little bit too fast. So I would add that deltoid in and it kind of slows it down. And then it transitions to that cylinder. So you can think of it like that too for arms.
Yeah.
I think as long as you get the forms of the arms right, like the cylinder.
So are you teaching shading arms?
I could teach shading arms.
Well, that's the only thing that they asked about, I think.
Oh, I thought it was shading and arms.
No, it's shading arms.
Oh, shading arms. Okay. Shading arms.
Every day was it shading?
Sorry about
was it
that.
shading arms?
I didn't know that. I thought that was like a separate question.
The shading is going to be driven by the form,
Yeah.
which is a drawing thing, but yeah, shading arms.
Okay. I think understanding that an arm is a cylinder plus like a muscle on top or multiple muscles on top is gonna help you shade a lot more, because I think if you know how to shade a sphere and a cylinder, you'll know how to shade muscles and arms.
Yeah.
Huh. Oh, thank you.
There. There's no room for the lower arm.
Okay.
There you go. And it depends on what direction you're looking at the arm from.
It does.
Technically, this could be a front or a back
This
view
could be a
right
front
now.
or a back.
Probably a front view.
Front view? Okay.
Just because
It's
more
easier.
people...
Draw front views.
Yeah.
So there's going to be the bicep.
All right, have a good one, Renee. My shading on the arm always looks weird. It's probably because you don't understand the form.
Yeah. So I think I label this will be shaded similarly to a sphere with a bit of like a box vibe, I guess. This one will be shaded more like a cylinder. So I labeled those so I can better understand how to approach it. And these two are also like cylinders, but with like a harder edge. So here, if I'm shading my deltoid and my light source is up here, maybe. Let me actually move this down a little bit more because it's kind of awkward. There we go. So my light source is up here. That means the bottom side that's rolling away from the light will be in shadow. So like if I'm shading this deltoid, this bottom side will be shaded. And I keep it very clear. I don't have any blurred edges at all or anything like that because that's just going to be way too confusing. So
Edge control is like a modification.
yeah.
Rather than a main thing to focus on in the very beginning.
Yeah. Like I just mark out where's my light and where's my shadow. And I'm shading this like a cylinder, so that's why this will have a core shadow and a shadow side and a bit of a turning edge on the outside here. So it's starting to look more like an arm, I think. Then I move to the forearms. So forearms will have two muscle groups. Your extensor side is going to be facing your thumb side, and your flexor is going to be facing your pinky side. So sometimes, depending on like if your arm is rotated like this or like that, some parts of the groups will poke out a little bit more.
So are you going to draw this arm incredibly muscular and defined?
No, I'm just going to imply. I'm just going to imply the separation of the two groups, because that's. I mentioned it, but that's just because I'm explaining why it looks like this.
Okay.
So I think just simplifying it, I would prioritize this side because it's facing towards the light, and then this side will be facing towards.
What does prioritize that side mean?
Well, what I mean is I'm making that side more dominant. So like that's going to be up towards the light. Does that make sense?
So, give me an example of how you make that side more dominant.
I simplify
exactly?
all this in shadow.
Like darker line weight?
Yeah, darker line weight's one way. I think I mainly just want to push this form out, so I push it towards the light. And then this part here, I just simplify into shadow.
Okay.
That's kind of how I'm thinking about it.
I'm trying to ask questions and pull out deeper explanations.
Yeah, yeah. But yeah, that's how I shade an arm. That's one way that you can do it. Once again, it also just depends on where the light source is. But I think, okay, sphere, cylinder, this is like two cylinders.
Mm-hmm. So if you were to shade this arm in a simpler way without defining the muscles, something like you would actually see in an anime, what would that look like?
Okay, let me just draw another one.
So like if you were to draw one
like
of the girls' arms or something, right?
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Because I can't imagine that someone's going to draw this muscular arm on every one of their characters.
Yeah. Let me see.
Which is important.
It is important.
It's just most people will see that and go, "Oh, awesome, I get it," and then their arm doesn't improve at all because it's not actually like how they would draw it.
Yeah, that's a good point. If I'm gonna do it like more cell shaded style, I would not prioritize. I would once again think about my light source, and I would be like, okay, which side is gonna be my light or my shadow? If my light source is the same as this one, then I would be like, okay, this side's gonna be in shadow. And then I will also imply the elbow area with like a little divot. Cause like if you see your own elbow, you see this like line right here, this crease. That's what I'm trying to show here. And then I'm going to shade this side in shadow. That's how I would do it. If you want, you can just make the crease a little bit more subtle and make it more like a little triangle shape. And then I like to personally add a little highlight on the deltoid right here, because it just looks cuter, looks nicer. But it's the same thing, it's just not as defined as this one. Does that make sense? Colton is in teacher mode. Yes, he is.
Yeah.
It's basically the same thing, it's just this one's more simplified. But you would have to understand how to do this in order to do this. And then if you want to imply more of the deltoid up here, then I would add a shadow where it's overlapping. Like that. So it feels more like there's form to it. Thank you, Kureji. Yeah, that's how I would go about shading arms. Maybe we'll go to poses. I think poses is always a little bit difficult to grasp because there's just so many varieties, and it's just more like, do you want your poses to look more fluid? Do you want your poses to look like they make sense? So I think...
So, Kat asked about that, but all she's been doing is talking about her pinky falling asleep. Did that help you with shading arms, Kat?
She said, I see.
I see, okay.
I think he's falling off. Oh, that's funny.
Yeah, okay.
Oh.
Misaki, thank you for, what is that? Fest Cheers. Thank you very much.
Cute. Yeah, she said. Poses, I need them. What kind of problems do you have with poses? Because poses is quite like a general topic. So let me know. Kimiko says, I cannot draw men in any way because I've been drawing girls since I was 4. Real? I do the same thing. So maybe I'll put male anatomy or male body. Maybe I'll do that for now.
What does male body mean?
Or
Are you going to
should I do
teach
torso?
male?
Maybe I'll do a male torso. Like maybe the basic.
I'm
I'm not sure yet. Let me
I don't
think.
know.
We'll see.
Are you asking about drawing males? Male torsos, Lizzie says. I like the streams where you can actually read my nonsense without chat being flooded.
Male torsos.
Yes. What would a stream be without Kat's brain rot being read out loud for the world to hear?
Male torsos. We'll do that then. Poses. How to draw characters looking back or perspective. Wait.
Huh? Did you have a typo? I don't know.
I don't know. I think I'll just draw a few examples of poses.
We do male torsos
Pretty often.
pretty much every
Maybe I should just make a video
week.
on that. I know.
We do have videos on that.
Well, we have a short on it, but I'm thinking maybe making like an actual YouTube
We have like
video for it.
multiple shorts on it.
We do. I think another thing that people struggle with poses is how to study a pose, like from a reference. So maybe I can try that. So
Nashita joined.
hello. All right.
Hi, hello. Adrian also joined. I feel like adding a shirt on a guy is just like a blob, so I'm guessing it's the torso. It's probably, if your shirt's, when you add a shirt, if it looks like a blob, it's probably a lack of understanding your tension and compression points, and lack of understanding where folds tend to show up. Ivy Dan, hello, welcome.
Hey. So I drew 2 poses. One's very straight and symmetrical. One's a little bit more relaxed. We taught this a few times before, but if your poses look like this, the reason why it looks very stiff is because everything's all symmetrical. There's nothing changing in the pose. Now this is like very exaggerated, so just keep in mind I'm doing this for the sake of demonstration. This one, on the other hand, has a lot of things going on that feels asymmetrical, right? The torso's kind of turned a little bit. Even his arms are kind of asymmetrically, like on his hips. Like maybe one's a little bit higher than the other. His leg is bent while the other one is straight. So this, and even his head is part of the pose. So his head is turned in a direction that isn't symmetrical. So if you have a bunch of asymmetry in your pose with different parts of the body, it'll feel a little bit more dynamic. But we'll probably explain this a little bit more. Maybe Colton, you can remind me of some things that I haven't talked about yet. I think poses also have a lot of there's like a main flow to a pose. Like if you don't know what your pose is doing, your pose ain't gonna look convincing, right? Like decide, okay, is my character jumping in the air, or are they standing, or are they sitting? And let's say if I'm going to be drawing a jumping ballerina person. First of all, I look at reference, so I'm going to look one up. Sorry, it's going to take a little bit because I didn't prepare for this. Ballerina jumping. Alright, let's do this one right here. I'd say this is a very common pose to want to try to do, and I feel like a lot of people can't really digest that. So, if I were to draw this pose, I would think, okay, what's the overall gesture of this pose? It's diagonal. So I'm like, okay, the legs are going this way, even the arms are going this way as well, so you can see my pen. I'm doing that. So overall, this pose is going to be in a general diagonal direction. But what's holding it together? The torso is a little bit straighter, so that's what's giving a little bit more stability. And then I look at, okay, how is a torso shaped? The ribcage is facing out, the torso is facing in. So this is going to be the shape of my torso. It's going to be like a C curve. Like that. And I always like to start off with the torso because it's kind of like the basis. It's kind of like the base to start off with, and then you could just really do whatever you want later. And if you know the proportions, then it'll be way easier to do. So this, I figure out my torso, my legs. One is coming straight. Well, one's coming straight out and another one is curved slightly. So I'm going to draw that. And when I'm drawing a gesture like this, I keep it really simple. I just draw a line to get that point across, and I draw another line that's a little bit curved, and this is what I start off with. And then I add more stuff to it. And legs are asymmetrical, so what I do for making a nicer looking leg is I decide which line is straight, which line is curved. So this is going to be straight, this is going to be curved, this is going to be curved, this is going to be straight. And that's asymmetry as well.
So that's gesture? No, it has gesture.
It has gesture, and in order to have like a nice pose, it's kind of included in it.
It's a long leg.
It is a very long leg. I would shorten it then.
Gesture is like the overall flow, the overall action, the overall like statement.
Yeah. And I would draw the other leg. Now this leg here, I look at the curves, and I decide which one do I want to be simpler. This back leg right here on the top part is going to be straight, because it's simple. This is going to be curved. Then this is going to be simple, and this is going to be curved. So it's a mix of simple and complex lines. So I would change this to simple. So just straight. And straight lines and curved lines can be used for like as a tool to guide the eye through. So for instance, straight lines makes the eye travel faster down the pose, while a curved line makes it go a little bit slower. So that's another way you can make your poses more dynamic. Complex, fast. And there's the foot. And I would even say the head is a very integral part of the pose, so if your head is facing up, it adds to the gesture. So I'm going to add it way up there, because it feels like it's going this way. And then we got the arms. Now it's going way past. It's going way past the drawing earlier. Hopefully this is understandable so far. And even the arms, I'm also thinking about like, okay, maybe I want this arm straight and maybe this arm slightly bent to create more of a interesting looking pose. But they're all going in that direction. And that's how I break down a pose with a reference as well. Like that's generally how I would start a study. Is I'll be like, okay, where's the rib cage going? Where's the pelvis going? What's the overall gesture? What's the overall direction that the pose is going? And then I just draw it. And I just draw it. But very simple. And then once I have this all done, I can add detail on top. So I hope that makes sense. Not too bad of a pose, to be honest. I feel like it's going a little bit down too far, so maybe I could change it if I want to. There we go. I kind of also covered legs in here, but I can do more legs.
Can I draw the cylinders over the reference, then copy it on my canvas? I don't know exactly what you mean. Yeah, you can do whatever you want.
Mm-hmm. I'm not sure what you mean. Oh, you mean like you have your reference like this, and then you draw cylinders over the reference, and then you take those cylinders and you put it on another canvas and then draw using that?
I don't know what they mean.
I'm guessing if they could do that, like...
I mean, anything's possible. Am I asleep, Pinky? What? Every day? Why are you talking about you're asleep, Pinky?
I think whatever works for you is fine. I would say as long as you're not like... As long as you understand the topic, then whatever works for you is good. Leggies. Leggy-loos.
What?
Legs. We have
Who
legs.
asked about legs?
I heard legs when you called them out. Like poses, legs, blah, blah.
Is the person who asked about legs still here?
This is a really nice pose, Colton.
What?
I really like this.
That pose?
Yeah. Looks good.
I think it's fine.
It looks very dynamic.
Sasaki asked about legs. So what specifically about legs? Legs are incredibly complicated.
They are.
And they have a lot of components. There's upper leg, there's lower leg, there's like the
back.
gesture of the legs. There's the front, there's the back. It's kind of a general topic. It's like saying, how do I build a car? It's like, well, there's the engine, you know, there's the tires, there's the steering system. There's a lot to legs. And I don't know where your question is exactly, and if you did specify, I didn't see it.
Like some people may have trouble with attaching the legs to
Forgotten how to draw the thighs from the front.
Thighs from the front? Well, I can just draw them here.
Quads.
I think with thighs... Wait, who's it? How to draw thighs from the front. I'd say use your pelvis or your pubic bone or the end of your pubic bone as a guide to how thick you want the thighs to be. Well, not only that, but thighs are like all really different. I think the main component to thighs is making this upper part a lot thicker than the kneecap. So as it goes towards the kneecap, it's going to get thinner. And if you have this thicker part up here, you know, you're pretty much golden. But once again, people have different thigh shapes. Some people have like really, really thin thighs that gets even thinner. So they have like a really spindly looking legs. Like that. Some legs are very tubular like that. Others will have more of a more voluptuous thigh. So you won't see a thigh gap. It depends on what kind of thighs you want. But I'm assuming that if it's like, you know, your general anime thighs, it's going to be a little bit thinner. There's going to be some thigh gap. I would say if you're going to like make the legs spread out a little bit, I would give it a little bit of room within the crotch area here. And then attach it to the, let me think. So with girl thighs, you will not see it go... Well, once again, this depends on the body type. Let me think. I'd say your pelvis has a definitive ending point. If your thighs go beyond that, it's not going to look very natural. So you want to make sure that when you draw your thighs, the legs come smoothly out after that. There's like going to be a little bit of a wider point because this is where the femur comes out. But generally, it's going to stay within the confines. But once again, this also depends on the body type. So I just say it always just depends. Which is the beautiful thing about art, right? Welcome back, Nishita. Time for my Apple Pencil to die during stream. Honestly, I hate that. Like I feel like this Apple Pencil just dies so much quicker. I hope that was... Oh, you're welcome, Sasaki. Bye, Dahlia. How to draw the hip. For girl hips, there's going to be an hourglass shape, so this is your rib cage. This bottom half is going to be your hips. This right here is going to be the widest part of your hips, because that's where your, it's kind of like where your trochanter kind of comes out, and it's also part of your pelvis. So your pelvis is going to start at the halfway point, but beneath your, on the second box here. So this and this is all basically the same size. And then, let me think. Yeah, this is where your hips are. Your hips is at the end of your, it's at the end of your pelvis, on the edges. And then out comes the thigh.
Microphone die. Hello? Okay, the battery is dead on our microphone. So, I'm gonna have to... Why did it die so fast?
I don't know. Maybe you...
I don't...
It.
I don't actually think that we can have our microphone... Alright, are we,
We're back.
Can you hear us?
Wow.
I don't know why our microphone died. I charged it recently. You can hear us now? You're alive?
Oh.
Do you want to plug your iPad in with that cable that... There we go. Yeah, no, the microphone died. And I don't know why, because I just charged it recently. Alright, Lil Ant says, Colton, what? Hello? Salute? Huh? Yeah, it must have just died.
Well, I hope it didn't, like,
I'll
do that when I was, explaining this.
No, it just died.
Okay.
Pretty recently, I think.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure that, people started saying it right as it happened.
Okay. With male hips, a really interesting thing about...
You're doing males now?
Well, I'm just explaining the differences. It's like with girls, it's like really wide towards the thigh and the hip area. But with guys, it's like the legs don't go past this point.
That was
it's
my
very
complete
thin.
thought. Oh, okay. We missed like maybe a second of talking.
Okay, well that's fine then. You guys didn't miss much.
Well, the stream's kind of dead today, so we could switch to just doing whatever.
Just kind of
if we
chilling.
want.
Sure.
I don't feel like sitting here doing nothing for a couple hours, so we might wrap up early today. Because I got a lot of stuff to do.
I gotta play my next video. I don't know. I feel like drawing a bad anime head.
Maybe you should do some hand exercises every day. Just, you know, squeeze something like a stress ball or something.
Maybe I'll draw Miki to cheer Coleman.
Yeah, maybe TikTok has given us another shadow ban or something. TikTok is so weird when it comes to stuff like that. They'll just nerf your streams for no reason and they won't tell you, and you'll have to figure out for so long why it's happening. Annoying.
Yeah.
Just squeeze your other hand or something. Find something that you can squeeze.
So what's wrong with Kat's hand? Like, why is it melting off?
I don't know. She's been talking about it for 20 minutes.
Like, what did you do to your hand?
I don't know. My pinky hurts. It's dead. It's asleep. It's creeping to her other fingers. I don't know.
What if I drew like a mix of Miki June?
Raul sent superpower. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Appreciate it. One of our subscribers on TikTok. Wake it up. Cat, are you all right?
Oh, I don't like this.
One of the Miki ghosts is messing with the stream. Is something else going on? Awesome content. I'll be joining the school soon. Oh, awesome.
Oh, thank you.
Yeah, awesome.
It's kind of a cool vibe for Miki. I combined June and Miki together.
Yeah.
I think it's kind of cute. Kiki?
Put an alarm for your finger to wake up. Life is a war zone. No BS, Miki.
Yep. I'll just say June.
Mm-hmm.
That's Miki, and maybe I'll do like a June with Miki features. She gone emo. Thank you, Kiraji. I just draw faces so many times that it takes a few minutes now.
Draw 1,000.
Draw 1,000. Draw 1,000. You'll get way faster.
Yup. Y'all want to know how to draw faces faster? Draw 1,000 of them. But use a process. Like start with a circle. Draw out the chin. Draw the eye line. Draw the eyes in. Put the hair on top of it. Make sure you're practicing a process that's good.
Yeah.
If you draw 1,000 heads and faces and you kind of just like start at random, you're not going to get nearly the practice as if you use like a really good solid process.
Well, I think the more you guess, the longer it's going to take. So the more you can find a system that minimizes you guessing a lot, like where features are and how to get it right, then it will go a lot faster.
Have any tips for drawing the same OC from different angles and in different drawings? Shapes and understand the forms.
Yep.
So, like, for example, take, like, I don't know, Miko. Well, she's got a bob haircut. And you can learn how to draw a bob from the side, from the front, from the back. She's got a very round face. She's got very round eyes. She has glasses.
Her eyes are a certain size on her head.
Yeah. So, like, features are going to be the same features regardless of what angle you're looking at them from. Hey, Kultimon, guess what? 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 Fox, do I want to know? I'm gonna get the books plus chibi course for Christmas. Oh, cool.
Aww, that's so
That's
sweet.
fun. I wish we could sign your books.
I know. I would love to sign your book, Fox. I would love to do a meet and greet sometime.
Yeah, that'd be sick. Kultimon sounds like a Digimon. Yeah, that was the point. My dad called me that sometimes when I was a little kid, and it's because we had the Digimon movies.
What?
We had the Digimon shows.
I didn't know that. That was because of Pokemon.
Nope.
I didn't know it was because of Digimon.
Yeah.
Pokemon. Transform. I forgot what their taglines were whenever they like upgraded their forms.
Oh, I don't remember at all. We had some of the very, very first Digimon TV series on VHS. Like,
Wow.
I'm talking like OG, like original.
Like with
The first couple episodes that ever came out. I'm also getting the books. I'm excited. Awesome. Digivolve into...
Yeah, Digivolve.
I remember there was that girl with the pink cowboy hat.
Mimi, I loved her.
And there was the
She's my
main
favorite.
guy.
Matt.
I don't remember. And he had the little dinosaur.
Yeah, that was tight.
And then there was the nerd boy
Yeah.
with the blue...
With the blue, like, zebra-looking guy. With
The blue thing?
Yeah.
I put one of your books on my Christmas list. I really hope my mom gets it. Awesome.
Aw, thank you.
Digivolve. Yeah, it's Digivolve. I remember that.
Digivolve, yeah.
Yeah, we had them on VHS, and we used to watch them on this teeny tiny little crappy, like 144p TV.
It's a vibe, though.
When you get your books for Christmas, I really want them. Awesome. Love Digimon, yeah. Classic. Absolutely classic.
It was a good show, at least the ones that what I remembered.
Anything was a good show when I was 7.
That's true. That is true.
What kind of YouTube content should we make?
What do you mean? Like, besides what we've been doing?
I want to make more like story-based stuff, more interesting stuff.
Yeah.
Like I want to do tutorials and education and stuff, but I also want to do like more entertaining stuff that's not so dry.
Yeah, that is a thing. It's hard to make things not dry, especially when they're education.
What if you put like Mickey eyes on a June haircut?
Sure. Maybe I'll just copy paste that.
Little animations? Not necessarily. I mean, we do want to do animation eventually, but I would prefer to do a type of content that we wouldn't have to learn an entirely new industry skill in order to make.
It's kind of like using with what we have.
Like if we wanted to do animation, I would rather not have to spend a couple of years learning animation before we can produce any content. Is that a question? You guys play speed draw on Roblox? Is that a question? Or ever considered doing VTuber characters? Not really all that interested in it. Neither of us are really interested in doing speed draw.
Let's redraw this.
We'll do it at some point, like we've done it before. But really not interested in doing it at all. It's I don't know how to explain it exactly. It's really, really, really easy. And it attracts the kind of audience that we're not really interested in attracting.
Yeah.
We're interested in attracting the type of people who are really interested in drawing their own characters and writing their own stories. When you do a speed draw stream, a whole bunch of people show up that aren't interested in what our brand is about. And so when you run a channel that's about something specific, it's just as much about who you don't attract as who you do attract. We've noticed in the past that we'd play speed draw and like 600 people would show up live and our Discord server would get flooded with new people that just don't really vibe with our community. Last time we played speed draw, a whole bunch of people joined our Discord and people were posting like AI art and trying to pass it off as their own.
Yeah.
And they were like posting stolen art and we had to like remove people, and it never happens unless we play like speed draw. Same thing. You mean speed paint for YouTube videos?
Oh, speed
Oh,
paints.
that every artist in the world does that. I'm more interested in a little bit more creative content. But someone else was saying that. Panda Bear, you weren't the one who said that. Someone else did. But I'm more just explaining why we generally don't do speed draw. You mean speed paints, like time-lapse versions of artworks? I don't think we're really going to put any of that stuff on our YouTube channel. Mostly because I don't think it's
not really our brand.
I don't think it's adding anything. I don't think it really adds anything. There's so many YouTube channels out there with just really high-level artists that record their drawings as a time-lapse and just post it on YouTube. We're more interested in education and teaching and entertaining people. Popping in, saying hi, hello.
Hey. Honestly, though, I like this. I like June with Mickey expression. It's quite cute.
Yeah. We've been thinking about doing some more Roblox speed draw, but approaching it in a different way.
Yeah, like we would not tell that we would not say that we have a Discord server and tell them not to join it.
You could do short animations with tweening. I don't know what that is. Is that an app? Is that a program?
I think it's like a way of animating that doesn't require like frame by frame. I think that's what it. I don't know.
Speed draw is a Roblox game where you draw, and it's like you're timed.
And people rate it.
Yeah, and people rate it. And there's a bunch of content creators out there. Most of them they're not at that high level. It's kind of like a popular normie
drawing game.
Like, it's almost like a form of art content on social media that attracts a lot of non-artists. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I get what you're saying.
I noticed that. It's like there's people who are artists and like to draw, and then there's people who are not artists and don't like to draw. And Roblox speed draw content tends to attract people who are not artists and don't like drawing. It's more like, I don't know how to explain it other than that. Tweening is basically just moving images around. Oh, interesting. Never heard of it. I don't play video games. Yeah, I don't play video games either. But you tend to hear about stuff when you watch art content. Gardic phone stream with the community. That's funny. Do you guys play any other art games that aren't specifically on Roblox? No, I don't really play any games at all, almost. No art games. An art game for me is opening up my drawing program and drawing my characters and making art.
That is the game.
It kind of feels like a game.
You get me. Yep.
The only games he plays is eating games. No, I haven't opened up that game in a long time.
Wow. Giving Miko June features makes her look like a scary nerd. Like a mean nerd. Mm-hmm. She's like, don't talk to me. She's scary looking.
Yeah, we don't really open up or play Roblox almost at all. We actually tried watching anime last night, and both of the shows we started, we stopped before we even got through the first episode.
Oh my gosh, it was so bad.
There's a lot of animes in this day and age that are not very good. They're not very entertaining.
Oh, it feels like McDonald's.
It's like McDonald's.
It feels like the McDonald's
There's
anime.
good animes. Don't get me wrong, but a lot of the animes out there feel like nasty junk food.
Yeah, Glitter Force does not sound like a pretty bad anime though. I heard that's a very popular one. Was it Happy Pretty Cures?
What were they? One of them was called.
Villainous, something villainous.
So she was like reborn and wanted to be the world's greatest villainess or something. And then like we watched like, I don't know, 2/3 of the first episode.
It was bad.
It was like, it was really, really rushed. And they were like trying to hook up this 8-year-old girl with like a
12-year-old
12, 13, 14-year-old Prince, and it was kind of weird, and it was like really rushed.
It was weird.
Anime needs to get revived. I kind of agree. Like, there are definitely good animes out there, but the vast majority of anime feel like almost like the Western game industry.
Yeah.
Like, they're just produced to make money, and it doesn't feel like people who have a true passion for telling stories are making content.
It just feels like factory made. You know what I mean?
They just stamp them out and push them out.
Yeah, that's what they do. That's just what it feels like. All the plot stuff is all the same. The character archetypes are all the same. There's no depth in the characters at all. There's no desires or wants. Like, when I watched that anime that we were just talking about, like, I was expecting there to be like some drama, like, oh, the villainess does not like the heroine because she clearly said that she didn't like it in the beginning of the episode. And I'm like, man, I can't wait to see like some crazy like cat fight. And it didn't happen. And I'm like, what the heck? It was kind of stupid. It was dumb.
Isekai is so played out. I don't think Isekai itself inherently makes a bad anime. I just don't think, like, you could absolutely write an Isekai with a really, really good story. They're just, almost none of them are written with good stories.
I think, yeah. It's just... The only good isekai that I remember clearly is Mushoku Tensei.
I really liked the first two seasons of that show.
Yeah.
I thought it was very interesting. Like, best show ever made? No. But it definitely grabbed my attention.
Yeah. It was definitely one of the better ones out there.
I don't think most isekais need to be isekais.
Yeah, they don't.
Kultiman, you should watch Supernatural. You mean like the TV series with Sam and Dean Supernatural? Or is it an anime? Hey, new to your Discord, came across your videos recently. They helped tremendously. Thank you. Awesome.
Awesome.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
What's your favorite anime? I don't really have a favorite anime. I have like a set of anime I really like. Yeah, Sam and Dean, I've seen it. I've seen the first 7 seasons.
That sounds like you just watch so much.
Can that artwork be considered a cartoon style too, or just anime style?
It's anime.
Yeah.
It's more anime inspired. It's not like, well, to be fair, cartoon and anime are kind of like you can switch in between them and stuff, but this is more specifically anime inspired. Anime.
Yeah.
Like cartoon would be more like, when I think cartoons, I think of Western cartoons, like Adventure Time, or like Steven Universe, or like those kinds. That ain't, or like what else is there?
I think anime is absolutely in need of like a revolution, or what do they call it? Like
Renaissance or revival.
Yeah, there really needs to be a revival. I think a lot of industries need a revival.
Yeah.
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 There's a lot of industries out there that feel like they're just majorly in need of a revival. Misaki, I have to go now. It was nice chilling with you guys. Awesome.
Bye.
Glad you were here. Thank you very much for all the roses.
I know.
Also, Misaki, collab at some point. I'm down.
My God.
I don't think I've really ever collabed with anybody except you.
That's true.
Yeah, let me know. For sure.
Miki with Tira features makes her look so, like, elegant.
Let me be the first. Yeah, I mean, I feel like Christine and I at some point should do more like group collabs, like all of the characters at the dinner table or something type of thing.
Yeah.
But anyways, Yeah, the Hollywood needs a major reboot. Like, I think, I'm not an expert on it at all. I haven't studied it in depth, but it feels to me like it's an issue of like goals. Like, individuals will create something with a passion because they're passionate about creating like unique content. Like, think about it. You draw because you love your characters and you want to see them drawn. You don't draw so you can make maximum profit.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly.
It feels like an individual will make something because they're passionate about it. An indie studio will make a game because they love making games. You know, but there's a lot of like, and I don't think something's necessarily bad because it's for profit. Like, people need to make a living. But I think when people become so incredibly focused on the profit that they only chase what's the most profitable thing, that's where you get like the, you know, yuckening of stuff.
The yuckening. The icking. Ickifying.
There's a good balance. I feel like it's happened to Mr. Beast. It feels like, and now I don't really watch a lot of his new content, but it felt like the old Mr. Beast was actually genuinely interested in making content that was like unique and interesting. And now it feels like it's all for profit and it's lost its spirit. It's bigger than ever. It's more popular than ever. But I think it has less soul than it's ever had.
It looked kind of dystopian.
Literally AI artists. It depends. I don't want to classify an entire group of people who use a certain type of tool. I don't like AI, but I don't wish it exists, but I don't want to demonize anybody who's used it. I don't know them. And I don't know what their goals are. Maybe they just want to make cool pictures of their own characters. And
because that's kind of the only way that they can visualize it. Or something.
And then people are like, well, go and practice. It's like, I mean, that's one way they can do it. I think the way that, like, fundamentally AI, I don't think it should exist. It's not going away, that's for sure.
Okay, if June and Miko merged together, that would definitely do a short bob like this. Oh, that's cute.
And I think a lot of people base what they like on these kind of like arbitrary rules that aren't really set in stone. They're like, well, this is okay, but that's not. And when they're asked why, they're just like, it's like a gut feeling. Yeah. But the thing is that people from different cultures and backgrounds have different gut feelings about things. So who's to say which one of those people is right and which one of them is wrong? Like, well, this is too far. And then someone else may think this is too far.
It's more subjective.
Yeah. Most AI artists I've met tend to only want attention or money. But I won't let them say all of them are because I can understand how cool AI is. Yeah, I don't know. I don't talk to them. I don't know. Like, I have yet to run into people who brand themselves as like an AI artist. Like, there's human beings out there who have an office job that tend to dabble with AI on the side or something. What do you gain from making AI art though, aside from money and attention? I don't know. Cool pictures of your OCs. Some people just dabble with it on their own and simply just want to make cool pictures.
Like, I had a phase where I was trying to like...
A lot of them don't even post it.
Yeah. I had a phase where I was playing with AI to make Ray. And I was like, I want to see if they can get the look right. And so I was trying to all these different keywords and
it doesn't get like posted. And it's not for attention. Exactly. And even if it did get posted, like, you know, people are allowed to post what they want on social media, but like...
Yeah. Hey, Chris.
I don't like AI. There's many people who run AI accounts who consider themselves as artists. I mean, not my cup of tea. Yeah, I agree. But I don't see it as a whole lot different than people who go and steal a bunch of YouTube videos and cut them up into clips and then try to grow an account on TikTok making money using other people's stolen content. But, like, I don't see people out there protesting that, even though they're stealing other people's hard-earned views and attention. Like, I think people get really, really mad at some things, but then other things, they kind of don't really pay attention to it, even though it's essentially the same thing. I don't know. I mean, there's people out there who steal Christina and my videos on TikTok, and they go and they upload them all over the internet, and they make money off of our content, and we don't get anything. I don't see how that's any different from the AI argument, but we don't have people who are fighting on our behalf because of it, which, you know, I don't think people should be necessarily, but I just find it funny. Can you draw end cat?
What?
You probably could.
I could, but I don't know what that looks like. And I don't know if I want to yet. Or, I don't know.
Katswa, hello.
Hey, Katswa.
AI art is lifeless and shouldn't be for recreational use. Too many cons than pros with it. I don't know. Found a video y'all made on Pinterest. Yeah. A lot of people have stolen our videos and put them on Pinterest. And they make money off of them. They cut out the part where we talk about our channel or to come subscribe to us, yada yada. Are you using layers right now?
Nope. No layers. Just
No
all
layers.
in one layer. Boop.
Isn't there an anime being made from AI? I don't know.
I don't
Probably.
know.
How's stream going? It's good.
Yeah, chill.
Probably is. As much as I hate AI, the technology in and of itself is going to continue existing. And I think that the entire legal argument of stolen content is going to be resolved eventually. And there's going to be massive databases of information that AI is going to be legally allowed to use. And they're not going to be able to battle AI in court and be like, well, this is using a bunch of stolen content. And then they're going to be like, no, it's not. Look, here's the library of content we're allowed to use. And so as much as I don't like AI, people are going to be allowed to use it legally, and there's nothing people who don't like it can do about it. It's already happening. Video game studios are having their own AI models trained on stuff on resources that they own and they are legally allowed to use. It's already happening in the game industry. I have a lot of friends who are working professionally. And now, keep in mind, I'm not saying I like this. I'm just saying this is how it is. I think it's terrible. I think AI only ever produces derivatives of past stuff. And when you think about it, AI doesn't have true creativity. It has to use what it's given to make new content.
Yeah, it can't think.
And it can't think. So that means that everything AI makes is only based on past stuff that creative people have come up with. So we're probably going to end up getting this really yucky, kind of like how the anime and the movie industry is. Like, most art is just going to kind of be soulless and for profit, and then there's going to be artists out there who are like, no, we want to make stuff because we're passionate about making art, and it's not just about the money. Mm-hmm. And I think your best bet is by being one of those kinds of people. I hate it. I don't think AI is good. I don't think AI brings anything in terms of art and stuff, I don't really think it brings anything useful to the table. But I would say the same thing about like Disney's 3D animation. I don't think Disney's 2D animation style had anything to improve on.
Yeah.
I think Disney going to 3D animation instead of 2D was actually a step backwards. Not saying they haven't made good 3D content, but I think it would have been just as good as 2D content, if not better.
Mm-hmm.
Isn't all art some form of a derivative of someone's style or art in some sense? Yeah, absolutely. But human beings have true creativity. AI is just a machine that's kind of, replicating it. Like, human beings have had complicated lives and upbringings with complicated emotional pasts, and they pull on all of that.
Well, they have a purpose to what they create. It's not just you put something in a machine and it'll just create something with it. It's like they take the time to do it.
part of me is really fascinated at the capability of what AI could do. I think AI is going to make certain things viable that weren't practical or viable in the past. Like, think about what?
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say, think about when AI gets to the point where, like, city-sized games are actually doable. Like, as of right now, the way that a video game studio works is every single asset has to be designed and modeled by a human being. So it's majorly limited. Think of the game like Skyrim, or think of the game like Grand Theft Auto 5. Every single asset in that entire game had to be designed and modeled and put in the game by a human being, which majorly limits the scale of what a video game or a project can be. But if you can have a computer or a fleet of computers running 24/7, designing the insides of buildings and parking lots and cars and planets and cave systems, it means that video games in the future could be basically, parts of them could be made by AI, but art directed by humans. So you could essentially have a video game that's the size of a planet with unique explorable, cities and everything.
Yeah.
I think that's fascinating.
Well, didn't that what was that one video game where they like generated a bunch of planets and
That's
stuff?
all procedural generation. That's like No Man's Sky.
Oh, okay.
That's procedural generation, and a lot of the time it has major limitations to it.
I think AI is decent for assisting.
Yeah.
Like, you use ChatGPT and stuff for assistance. Like,
as an assistant tool, yeah.
Yeah.
Being art directed by a human being, or being directed by a human being and used as an assistant tool. Mm-hmm. Someone said earlier in the chat, they were like, AI as like what, text generation or something? It's good for research purposes. Yeah. Like, I'll literally go into ChatGPT and be like, what's the term for when, like, something that you know if you Googled it, you wouldn't find the answer for it? I'd be like, what's that one book that talked about this one thing and it was kind of like that? And it, like, knows instantly.
Mm-hmm. Bye, Katsua.
See ya, Katsua. I think that's super cool.
I think that's cute. What do you think?
AI for research or as a message tool is good. Image and video is bad. Yeah, and I do think it could be used as bad for those other things as well. AI can be my emotional support. I think it's really interesting. Even with all the potential benefits that AI can bring, I think it's going to be used for bad, as all tools. I think there are going to be groups of people who use anything that exists for bad reasons.
Yeah.
But I don't know. I'm not an expert on it. I don't think there are many experts on it. I mean, a lot of it is just opinion. Mm-hmm. Like, what would you need to be an expert on in order to be considered an expert on AI? Like, would you, like a lawyer? Well, they're an expert on, like, legal stuff. like an expert on ethics, an expert on having opinions. Like my expertise is that I have an expert opinion on expert opinions. I don't know.
It's like creative legal stuff.
I don't know. Like I don't really know who would be an expert on like maybe like some sort of a visionary who's really good at seeing where things might lead. AI engineer. I mean, what I'm saying is like an expert on what
would constitute as good or
not how
bad.
the AI works, but an expert on like whether it's a good thing or a bad thing overall.
Like the morality of AI, or what would be considered good or bad use.
So far, AI has only been used for bad dating, chatbots, AI art, videos, essays, etc. I don't necessarily think that's true at all. I think it's very easy to get in under the impression that it's only been used for bad, but technology, I mean, as a whole, and including AI, like, oh my gosh, there's a lot of uses that people have used it for good. It's easy to focus on the bad stuff. It's a really good proofreader. It helps a lot of people, you know, save time and money on all kinds of things.
This is so cute.
Yeah.
I made Miki
Tira?
on Tira, and then
Miko on June. That's funny.
Like Miki features on Tira makes her look like a spoiled brat. At least the expression that I made her on.
That's cute.
It is cute.
We literally need a morph of that, like an official morph. Like, I bet you anything there's going to be a lot of people in the community who want to draw fan art of Miki Tira.
Of the, what's it called? Like the combination? Fusion? Character fusion? But then look at Tira Miki. Tira's features on Miki.
Yeah.
Makes her look like a refined, like, Ojo-sama.
I feel like this one is great.
This one's great. I really like this one. Imagine.
So would she have black hair or Miko colored hair?
I was thinking Miko colored hair. It would just be the features that are different.
Feels like a good exercise.
Yeah.
Yup. Yes.
June.
There's a really good exercise, Fox, in a program that actually I think you might own it. It's called Anime Art School. In the very first class, she teaches all about drawing facial expressions and heads. Oh wow, what's that?
Miki
I don't know.
Tira.
You know, just a thought.
Miki plus Tira. Now I've noticed, since we have only like an odd number of girls, I don't know who to mix Naomi with.
I have no idea. Naomi and Miki are already very similar.
They're already very similar.
So you wouldn't need to mix them. It would be like
Yeah.
mixing Miki with Miki.
Yeah.
You could have like a refined Naomi, like a Tira.
Oh, that's a good idea, Tira Naomi. But the thing is, Naomi's features are very different because she's of a different ethnicity.
Yeah.
So I don't know how I would mix that. But I could make like a different vibe. So like I could give her eyes, Tira eyes instead. I can see how that works.
I find ChatGPT a very useful tool for idea generating for art. And what I mean by that is, and another thing is, the only reason I can do it is because I've worked as a professional and I understand how the pipeline works. Like a beginner wouldn't be able to use it to generate art ideas. So for example, I want to come up with a character. And I'm like, I tell, ChatGPT, I'm just like, I'm coming up with a character design for a game. And you can have it generate different ideas. Like, let me think. I'm coming up with a character design for Overwatch. And it's a fast character that uses water like a giant squirt gun or a little squirt gun, or it dual wields squirt guns as its main weapon, and it uses like water balloons and bombs and stuff. Give me 7 different ideas that are creative and unique and are based on different properties of physics of how they could attack an enemy player. And so the program will go in and it'll be like a gravity water balloon. You know, the character sets up a water balloon trap over top of a doorway that uses gravity to make the balloons fall and cause damage. And it'll come up with 7 different ideas with like different properties of physics. And it helps like get the gears turning for like character design. Like that would be incredibly useful for a professional artist. Now I just made that up off the top of my head, but it's incredibly useful.
It is.
For like a professional artist it's almost like having an assistant that you can talk to and kind of like throw ideas back and forth with. But to someone who can't draw, that's completely useless. Because having a description of a cool idea isn't the cool idea drawn out as an artwork. So then what an artist would do is they'd take that idea and they'd go, that's really cool. I want to explore that one further. So kind of high level, not really useful to chat, but it's very useful when working professionally as an artist. Do I even have...
Okay, Naomi with... Oops.
Hold on. Actually, no, go on.
Oh, Naomi with Tira features is actually pretty cute.
Okay, I'm going to do text-to-speech.
Okay.
I'm designing a character for Overwatch, comma. It's a fast character that dual wields squirt guns as its main weapon.
Can I speak a little bit? No? Okay.
Okay, hold on, I have to undo all that. Yeah, now you can. I turned it off.
Raul, I use it's a transform tool. So I press my my lasso tool selection. It's freehand, and I select it, and then I press the transform tool, which is like the little arrow, and then that way I can like move it back and forth, and it's a uniform transform tool. It's just lasso tool and transform.
Give me some.
I'm using Procreate. Welcome back, Artemis. She's pretty.
See, check this out. So I typed in with ChatGPT, I'm designing a character for Overwatch. It's a fast character that dual wields squirt guns as its main weapon and also uses water balloons to cause damage. Give me 7 different attack ideas using different laws of physics that could be a cool game mechanic. Be creative and try to avoid generic or cliche ideas. And it gives me that. Bernoulli's Blast, using the Bernoulli principle. Mechanic. The character's squirt guns create a high-speed jet of water that forms a low-pressure zone in front of them, pulling in nearby enemies towards the center of the blast. Sudden rush of water increases in force the closer enemies are to the nozzle. It says what it does, and it explains why it's cool. The attack doesn't just push out water, but manipulates the air around it in order to create a force that can disrupt positioning, which could lead to strategic plays. Hydrodynamic shield, fluid dynamics. Mechanic. The character uses one of their squirt guns to shoot a continuous jet of water at the ground, causing a temporary hydrodynamic barrier in the form of a water dome. This water shield bends light and sound around it, distorting vision and muffling noise. See, this right here is very interesting, because as a professional artist, you have a lot to work with here.
Like, you would know how to do the research, you would know how to design for it, you would just need the idea, and then it would, like, you would be researching.
Yeah.
You know, actually, that would be a good video to make, I think, on YouTube. Like,
Very interesting.
what do you think about that, Colton?
Well, this is how I come up with ideas anyways. I just don't use ChatGPT.
Right.
I use a different process.
Yeah, that's true. Which I feel like you could talk about the process on our YouTube channel as well.
Viscosity trap, non-Newtonian fluid. The character throws a water balloon filled with special fluid that momentarily increases the viscosity upon impact with the ground, creating a sticky surface. So I wish that our community was more interested in stuff like this.
Guys, start getting interested in it. I'm kidding.
That is
Y'all are
one thing that I
opinions.
miss about running like a concept art channel. Is because I find this kind of stuff super interesting.
Well, I think you see the potential in it. Not bad for AI. I think when you know how to use it,
Yeah.
it's very, very, very helpful.
Yeah. Like, the good news is it can do it. The bad news is you have to have prerequisite knowledge in order to know how to explain it
Yeah.
to the AI.
Well, I also think that I think a lot of people just don't like the AI art because a lot of people who don't really understand it are just using it in a way that makes people upset.
Yeah, people use it in a very, very, very primitive way.
Yeah, but I don't think it's the fault of AI. I think it's just the fault of people who use it. Because AI is just a tool at this point.
Yeah, you can feed a lot of contextual image. You can feed a lot of contextual information to really specify what parameters you want to work within. But it's not a visual one. Like, I'm not using it for generating images or anything. It's more of an assistant tool to help come up with creative ideas. And that was just iteration 1. I could go into any one of these and I could go, wow, I really like number 1, Bernoulli's Blast. And I could say, I really like number 1. Can you give me 3 different ways that this might look when the character performs this attack? And then AI would come back and say, the character does a backflip and shoots the squirt guns really fast. And, and it can explain exactly how the character might perform this attack.
I think another thing is people kind of are using AI to do too many things. Like,
Yeah.
they use AI to be like, well, you're gonna design a complete character design. I'm just gonna call it done.
Yeah, like they're trying to outsource way too high level.
Yeah, and same thing with like
Thinking.
stories. Like they think that AI should write their stories for them. But thing is,
Yeah.
you need to give them tools to work with, and then they can assist you with that. They can't necessarily create a story out of the fly
So
like that.
how most people use AI is they go, write me a story, enter. But the way that they would use it is they go, I'm writing a story. This is what the story is. I kind of feel like this character isn't interesting enough. Can you give me some suggestions on how to make them more interesting? And then the AI gives you some suggestions, and you take those suggestions and you work with them.
Yeah.
And I'm not even talking about drawing right now. I'm talking about writing and like thinking, like the thinking level stuff.
But like in the end, you're still the one in charge. You're not letting AI do the work. You're
Yeah.
only using AI as a tool.
I sometimes use AI to double check if I'm not making something unrealistic or to make sure whatever I'm making makes sense. Yeah, it's like an assistant tool that's good at outsourcing low-level thinking or very specific stuff.
Yeah. I really like the Atira Miki combination. It's actually super cute.
Yeah, I do like those. They're cute. What if you like swapped them? Not swapped. So like this one was next to this one.
Oh, okay. I
But
really
yeah,
like the Junimiko one too.
I think it's super useful in that way.
Yeah. Let me move this.
I don't, on a day-to-day basis though, I don't use it because I don't really need to. Like in what I do, I don't really need to use that much. I guess we could use it for like proofreading scripts for like YouTube, or making sure, or coming up with interesting ideas for hooks.
Yeah.
But you have to have an expertise in something in order to be able to even know what to tell the AI to do. Like, if I didn't know how to design characters or come up with interesting ideas, I would never be able to use it to come up with interesting abilities for a character. And even if it could come up with interesting abilities, how would I ever be able to draw it in the first place? You still have to have someone who has an expertise to be able to art direct and manage and refine the outputs.
Yeah.
It's like how Google's only as smart as the user. You have to ask the right question. Yeah. And like, if you don't have the right questions, then it's essentially useless.
This is a fun topic to talk about.
Yeah.
I like it.
So
I like
I'll go into this. I do like it too. And I'll say, I really like number 1, period. Give me 3 different ideas of how the character might perform this attack visually, period. Describe the player's actions and movements as it performs this attack, comma. Also describe the visuals, like the sounds and the colors and the effects that this attack creates. Should know what I mean, fine. Whirlpool jet, dynamic airflow effect, player's actions and movements. The character stands firmly with legs slightly apart, crouching slightly as they raise both squirt guns in front of them. With a flick of their wrists, they fire 2 concentrated high-pressure water jets simultaneously. The water jets seem to spiral as they shoot forward, gradually growing in strength as the jets converge into a central point in front of the character. The character moves with a steady, controlled posture, almost like they're harnessing a massive force with their guns. Visuals. Water. As the character fires, the water jets are bright and crystalline, almost glowing as they cut through the air, creating a swirling vortex. The water spirals outward and forms a visible funnel of energy in front of the character, causing nearby enemies to visibly shift towards it. Colors. The water is a cool blue with accents of turquoise. As it gathers energy, it starts to shimmer with a light blue, almost ethereal glow. See, like, this is so useful for someone who's like a professional designer, because you literally have a description that you now can artistically interpret in a drawing, and it's completely unique and original. This is how I would use AI as a pro. Like, seriously, you can do this with anything. You can go, I'm creating an OC, and they have this specific type of move and this specific type of vibe. Give me 3 different ideas for possible illustrations that I could make featuring this character. And they're just like, oh, well, it would be really cool to see them standing behind a bar. Maybe they're a bartender, and there's wine, and there's, whatever, glasses of, or bottles of alcohol in the background, and there's warm light coming from the roof, and then there's a cool light on their left. And again, like, this isn't set in stone. I can modify this in any way, shape, and form I want based on my experience as an artist. So they say it's blue, I could go, nah, I'd rather make it yellow. Mm-hmm. Or they say it's a circle, I'm like, nah, I'd rather make it a square.
Sigma, can I use this for my OC? What exactly? The AI stuff?
And again, I've spent this is based on 2 prompts. I didn't have to finesse it. I didn't have to mess with it. Cyclone call, controlled water vortex, visuals. And this is very different. And if I wanted to make these ideas really different from each other, I could just tell it, make them very different from each other. Or if I wanted to make them similar with like kind of nuanced differences, I would just tell it, make them pretty similar and, you know, have only small differences between them. Whirlpool jet. Calm but intense controlled vortex with spiraling motion and pulling force that gradually intensifies, creating a deep visual impact of water and wind manipulation.
Oh, you mean the AI stuff? I mean, I think so. Like, as long as you make the ideas and stuff, I think that's a viable way to make an OC and add ideas.
Yeah. And another thing is because the AI almost feels like another, like you're talking to another person.
Like feeding back and forth ideas and stuff.
There's this interesting feedback loop of you actually get quite inspired.
Yeah.
Because it feels like it feels like a game of catch. Like AI a lot of the time doesn't feel like an assistant, it almost feels like a person. So if you get like really bad art burnout and you get uninspired and can't come up with any ideas, I would say it can actually be kind of inspiring and helpful to almost have like another person there that you can talk with. And
yeah.
kind of like, you know, it's primitive, but it's, and I would say something like ChatGPT in order to come up with interesting ideas for artists. I don't know if you would get a whole hate storm on Twitter for that. Although people
have their own opinions and
people will really get
defend
angry
it.
over anything.
Yeah. There's no escaping people getting angry over stuff.
I think I have ideas but no interest in drawing at the moment. Been a while since I've noticed wanted to draw. Yeah, I mean, I would say for me, that happens to me sometimes, crits, where I don't really feel like drawing. I find if I make myself start an illustration, a lot of the time that will kickstart me wanting to draw. And then the next couple days I'll be like obsessed with it. And then I'll go back to like, I don't really feel like drawing. And then I'll make myself draw. And then it'll kind of be this cycle. Matt is here as well. Hello.
Matt.
That's just how I do it. I definitely struggle with that. Like sometimes I just won't feel like drawing at all. For like days or weeks. Working on your Secret Santa, nice.
Ooh.
ChatGPT is also useful for hard surface design as well. So, for example, you can tell it, I'm creating an all-terrain vehicle that's supposed to explore the surface of an alien planet, and you could tell it to give you different ideas of how the vehicle might travel around. Like, maybe it's a hovercraft, maybe it uses tracks, maybe it uses wheels. How many wheels does it have? Does it have 6 wheels? Does it have 5 wheels? And you can also go, it has an unusual number of wheels, and they'll be like, all right, it has 2 wheels, or it has 1 wheel. And then you can be like, you can kind of have a conversation with it. Go like, well, it's a hostile alien planet. Give me like 5 different ideas of what might be hostile. And they're like, oh, well, there's acid spitting bugs, or there's these big animals that burrow into the ground and leave, you know, these holes everywhere that the vehicle could easily fall into. So then you basically combat that and you go, okay, well, what are some ideas of how the vehicle could avoid falling into these holes? And it's like, oh, it has the ability to fly, or oh, it has a really wide, like the tires can come out really far so it stays stable and can drive over the holes, or you know, and so you can actually kind of have like a conversation with it in order to come up with really unique and interesting ideas that you probably wouldn't have come up with on your own. Now it's turned into Colton brainstorming at this point. Yeah, I mean, that's what I did professionally for years. My entire income depended on my ability to show up every single day, and this was before AI, by the way. My ability to show up every single day and come up with interesting ideas and also draw them to look cool. That's concept art. You gotta show up every single day and make amazing, creative, unique ideas.
It's quite tough, honestly.
It's a hard job. That's why
job.
it pays so well. Concept artists will make like $100,000-$300,000 a year. It's a hard job. High skill. Stressful. A lot of people think concept art is like
fun.
Drawing and doing art. But most of concept art is like, most of the difficulty of concept art is in this kind of thinking. Because like once you've got an idea, your stress level goes way down. Because now all you have to do is draw it. And it's like, oh my gosh. Oh yeah.
Drawing's
all
the easy
you have
part.
to do is draw. Yeah. Drawing is the easy part.
Yeah.
Not necessarily all the time, but when you have your idea, you're just like, whew, okay, I'm not stressed anymore. I got an idea of what I'm going to do.
It's actually so cute. What the heck? Look, I drew Mira.
Mira? Tira? Miki?
Tira Miki, but so it's Mira, and it's at her photo shoot. Cause
okay.
she's
but
the
that's
model
the
now.
Tira eyes.
That's the Tira eyes with the Miki expression. Well, with the Miki hair and stuff. That's this.
How do you draw the jaw and front sides of the head so smooth?
I don't do this.
Yeah.
I mean,
another thing is always too wide or narrow. I found that when drawing, again, I'm at a really bad angle. I found that when drawing, wow,
Ooh.
like
Do you need a brace?
coming in like this, I like to put the chin and doing
Yeah.
pay attention to this angle right here and experiment with it. Draw one head where you make that like that. Draw another head where you make it really wide, and then go, could I make this work? Yeah, that kind of works. This could be like
A guy head.
a guy head.
Yep.
Is that the sort of thing that you were talking about? You did
Bye,
that as
Nashta.
I was chicken scratching. Maddie, you are personally called out.
Matty. Sweet face, mocha bit face. Oh my gosh, that's funny. McBoat face, that's funny. Says, I have so many ideas, but I now just started learning. Recently found this channel. Nice.
Awesome. Nashita, bye-bye. How do you draw an interesting background? This might be a little bit confusing, so pay really close attention. Drawing an interesting background has to do with the shapes. It does not have to do with the subject matter of the background. It doesn't matter if they're in a cave, or on a beach, or on an alien planet, or in a car. If the shapes that make up the background look good, the subject of what it is doesn't matter. That's the concept of abstraction in art. Meaning, if the shapes look good, it doesn't matter what you turn it into, it will still look good. That is how you draw an interesting background. Focus on the good shapes. I would recommend, there's a book out there. It's called Composition of Outdoor Painting. It's by Edgar Payne. You want to write this down?
Oh yeah, sure.
Composition of Outdoor Painting.
Of outdoor.
Write it so it's really legible.
Yep. Of outdoor painting.
Painting. You can find this book online for free, by the way. You don't even need the whole book. There are a number of compositions inside of the book. Most of the book, Payne, Most of the book is writing and words, and I know y'all aren't going to read all that. So there is a specific set of pages in the book that you can find online that have breakdowns of common and effective background compositions. Composition of outdoor painting, Edgar Payne. You do not need to buy the book. You can go find this online. Here it is. Like, this is an example. These kind of things. So he has all these different compositions, and he actually breaks down the shapes. I actually teach this in anime art school.
Yes.
But you can see on the left, there's a triangle on the top, and then he has these shots arranged triangularly. I need your pen. Mm-hmm. He has these shots. This is triangular. This is triangular. This is a plus sign. This one is arranged in a plus sign. This one is arranged in a plus sign. This one is like a radial. It is a radial composition. This one is, and this one is. So he has different examples. You know, horizontal line. So remember the other day when I was talking about that artwork that I made recently with Miko and Abby? Hold on, I gotta go into my photos. Photos. Okay, how do I get back? What? Library? How do I go to all my photos? My art? Did they like change this or something?
I don't know.
Weird. So, this piece right here.
Yeah.
I was explaining this the other day. This is an L-shaped composition. I've got this line right here, and I've got this line right here, and then I have a triangle going between Miko and the cat and Abby. So there's a triangle right here, and then the overall composition is 1 point perspective with an L shape. So, there.
Well,
that
can
is
I
the
tell you?
secret to drawing backgrounds.
Yeah. It's simpler than you think.
It's very, very, very much simpler than you think. It's just, it seems really difficult, but it's not actually that difficult.
I think if people look at an image like this, they think, oh my gosh, I have to do my horizon line, I got to put where the vanishing points are, and I got to do all that.
Yeah.
But he didn't do any of that actually.
No, like not really. Let me see. This is just a simple L-shaped composition. Here it is, right here. There is the L.
The L?
These shots in the middle right here are arranged in an L, meaning he's got his ground plane, and he's got something on one side or the other, right? There is the L. In this piece, here is the L. Right there, and right there. Think about vanishing points in every background is 100% me. Yeah, it's difficult because, like, perspective is important, but perspective is not going to make your image look good. Composition is. Composition is what makes your image look good. Perspective is, like, making sure your image works correctly in 3D space. So a lot of people, it's almost like the anatomy versus figure drawing thing. It's like everybody thinks they need to learn anatomy, but anatomy doesn't make your people look good.
Yeah.
Figure drawing makes your people look good. Mm-hmm. And everybody thinks they need to learn perspective, but perspective doesn't make your backgrounds look good. Composition makes your backgrounds look good. And it's not that anatomy or perspective is not important, it just doesn't make your work look good. And I hope that makes sense. It is a confusing thing.
Oh my gosh.
So a lot of the time people will get so wrapped up on perspective that their artwork looks really stiff. In fact, a lot of people who take my mentorship, they have trouble. They're so focused on perspective that their pieces look stiff and they don't look good. Like, if you have a bad composition with perfect perspective, the image, like, your drawing still doesn't look good. Think how many bad photos people take. Like, you take a photo of something and it just doesn't look good. It's not because the perspective of the scene is wrong because, I mean, you just took a photo of real life, so everything's correct.
Go and look at this.
That's cute. What's
Two
this?
panel.
Oh.
She's like,
I feel like the swapping the Miki and Tira, she'd be like really over the top and
Yeah,
over
like
emotional all the time.
Yeah.
And then she'd be like the stable one.
the stable. Yeah. I feel like this could be a good challenge, like for the challenge prompts, like swapping your character's features or something.
Yeah.
I think that would actually be fun. This is so much fun.
Perspective is important. It just doesn't, in and of itself, it doesn't make your image look good. Because all art at its core is abstract, which means it's just shapes. It's just shapes on a page or shapes on a screen. It's not real 3D. It's a flat screen. Like you knock on this and it's flat.
You can't go into
It's
it.
all an illusion.
It is 7 o'clock for us here.
Yep, 7 on the dot. All art, 2D art, is an illusion. Which means that at the end of the day, all you're doing is drawing shapes. And if those shapes don't look good, then your artwork is not going to look good. And the ironic thing is that you spend so much time learning how to draw the illusion of 3D, and then you have to balance the illusion and the 3D together.
Yeah.
Which one's better, Ibis Paint or Procreate? I haven't used Ibis Paint.
If you want to just try digital art for free, then Ibis. But I think Procreate it's just solid. I like it a lot.
Procreate is so good, I've never felt the need to try Ibis Paint.
Yeah.
It only took you guys over 2 hours to get to 25,000 likes, but you did it.
You did it.
How about this? Because there's so few people here, let's spoil the people who are here.
Yeah, I like that.
We'll give them chalky milk.
We'll give them the full. Should we give them the full thing?
Chalky, we want to give them the whole spa treatment.
This whole spa treatment.
To get that foot out of there first, because they don't need to be stepped on or get toe fungus sniffs.
They don't. That's not punished. They don't need to get punished.
Yeah.
These are our OGs.
Good job, chat. Our real fans are here right now. All 30 people on TikTok and 15 people on YouTube. You are our real fans. Pat, great work. And you get some chalky milk.
We can't forget the chin rubs.
And you get chin rubs.
And then cheek pulls.
Do you want cheek pulls as well?
Cheek pulls because y'all so cute.
Great work.
And then, because y'all had chalky milk, you guys get burps.
Burpees.
Pat, pat, pat.
I want to start seeing burps in chat.
There we go. And no toe sniffies for you.
What happened to Christmas chat?
Oh, we haven't done it yet. What Christmas?
Is there
chat? No, that was Halloween chat.
Yeah, there's Halloween chat.
There's Halloween chat, but we never did Santa chat.
I will never forget this day. Don't ever forget this day. And I don't want to hear. I don't want you to let anybody who wasn't here forget about it either.
Mm-hmm.
Very nice. Yeah, someone asked about the brush. Yeah, you can download it for free on the linky on our profile. Also, by the way, if you are still here and you have not gone and subscribed to our YouTube channel, go do that, because TikTok might get banned in the US and Christina and I may no longer be able to make a living on TikTok.
Yeah.
So we will be moving to YouTube permanently if that happens, because it will not be practical for Christina and I to stay on TikTok if we can't earn anything from it, and it takes us a whole big workaround to stream on it. So I would like to try to stay streaming on TikTok, but you never know.
Well, I know that the people who have TikTok will still have TikTok. They just can't download it on the app store if they never have it.
Yeah, so go over to our YouTube channel and hit the subscribe button there. Our YouTube channel is Draw Anime Academy, same name as TikTok, and we will continue to be live streaming there Monday, Wednesday, Friday, and we are also producing videos.
Yeah.
Christina just got a new video up.
Yep.
Oh, for real? I thought US servers were getting shut down entirely for it. I'm not sure. Probably. The ban prevents them from being able to distribute the app in like the app stores and stuff. You won't be able to update the app. Creators who monetize will not be allowed to monetize anymore on it, who are in the US. Like, we could get a VPN and go and stream in like Canada, but we wouldn't be able to, because we have a US based business. Like, we do this for a living. We don't just stream to stream. We also do it for a living. We run a brand. We run a business. Mm-hmm. Funny little doodles.
I like these doodles. I love doodling like this. It's like the most fun thing I ever do.
But yeah, we're not going to disappear. We're going to keep pushing hard.
2 and 3. There we go.
And we'll be talking about that over the next month as the potential ban gets closer. Mm-hmm. Who knows if it will, but there is a good chance it will. Ooh.
What?
You see, animes that I really like, I like to order on DVD because...
You'll have it forever.
Because websites like to remove animes for no reason. Remember Funimation?
Yeah, I remember
all these people who owned digital copies of stuff lost access to it. So things that they bought, they lost. And so I like to get my favorite animes on DVD. So I got One Punch Man season 1 and 2, and I'm hyped for season 3.
I want my Heart Catch Pretty Cure DVDs. That's the only thing I would ever ask for a Christmas gift.
We should get it.
Well, there was that website, but I don't know if it's I don't know. It looked legit.
Yeah,
and it was cheaper than like the ones that they sell on eBay, which was like $500. The full series was $100 on that website. But
yeah. One Punch Man is definitely one of my favorites.
Wait, would this be Tiki?
Tiki? That is an appropriate
Tiki?
name for someone who's so like...
A brat?
Yeah.
A rich brat? Bratty girl?
Yeah, what do you think of,
Tiki and Mira?
Maddie? I have heard, a lot of people have told me, Mob Psycho is insanely good. But we watched like the first 2 or 3 episodes of it, and I never really got into it. Do you think we should just make ourselves watch the whole thing? I've heard a lot of people that I trust, people that I've worked with, have told me that Mob Psycho is like god level anime. Colton, I'm begging you. Just force yourself to watch it. I've heard it's good, and I believe people. It changed my perspective on life. Maddie, you have changed my perspective on life. I'm just going to leave it at that. No, I'm kidding. It's like One Punch Man. People have said that. They go, it's like One Punch Man. I feel like that's a negative thing. I'll let you interpret
decider?
that however you want. One Punch Man has the best songs. It's like Psyche K, but better. I don't know how to say that. Psyche? Yeah, we watched the first couple episodes of Psyche K. Is that how you say it? Psyche K?
Psychic. Or Psychic. Whatever.
Never really got into it. It was a little bit too brain rotty for me. But I'm not against giving it another try. Again, I'm pretty open-minded, right? I try to be open-minded about stuff. So if y'all say it's super good, I would... Little Witch Academia,
Oh, I want to watch that one.
I did see a good chunk of it. The only reason I didn't finish it was because I think when I was watching it, I was like, I had like move or something and forgot to finish it. But Little Witch Academia, I heard is really good, and I did like it when I was watching it. The main girl kind of feels like a Miki, I think.
Oh.
Is that true? Can anybody in chat confirm? Like the main girl is kind of like
a Miki.
Miki-ish. Doesn't the main girl have like no magical abilities or something? I don't remember exactly. Aiko. She gives off the vibes, but softer vibes, but brings chaos. Okay.
Okay. So it's like a mix of Miki and Miko.
Yeah. Something that Christine and I actually talked about is Fox kind of gets it in terms of like there's some people in our community who really get our characters.
Yeah.
Like I would say Misaki definitely gets it. Fox definitely gets it.
I think Daniela gets it.
Daniela gets it.
Vio, I think, gets it.
Vio gets it.
Dolly
I don't know
also
how to
gets
say it
it
other than gets it.
They just get it.
It's like if they were to write a fan comic, it would probably be very accurate.
Yes. Miko looks so scary.
And there's a couple of people who really understand the vibe we're going through in our Discord server as well.
Yeah. Like, they just vibe instantly.
Yeah, like, you'll notice that people go in... And I don't have anything against this at all. That's what the channel's for. But you'll notice that people will go into the server suggestions channel and make suggestions. And I'll be like, there's no way, like, we would do that.
Yeah.
And I feel like...
And some people also know that... Like, the people who get us know that we wouldn't do that kind of, like, put certain channels in.
Yeah. Actually, I'm not gonna lie. I think I'm a huge fan of Sharp Miko.
It's cool looking. She's scary. She's like... It's like... I don't want to look at her in the eye.
I'm not gonna lie. What do you guys think? Sharp Miko, really, really cool.
It's a different side, too.
I feel like she would have a different hair color. I feel like she'd have, like... No, maybe she would have, like, Miko-colored hair, but maybe she'd have, like, colored tips or something.
Ooh.
Like, I don't know. She intimidates me.
Parasite. I loved Parasite.
I liked Parasite.
Parasite
a lot.
was one of the very good animes that we loved, that we watched.
Typoed overrated, meant to say underrated. Parasite was one of the very few animes that gave me the feels.
You felt really depressed.
I felt depressed after Parasite. But
Erased
like,
and Parasite were like very similar vibes to me.
And Erased was really, really, really good. Mm-hmm. You know what was that one anime where that old guy became like that weapon? The robot?
Oh, yeah.
What was it called?
I forgot what it's called.
Does anybody know what we're talking about?
An old man that was not very loved by his family.
Yeah. So the way it went was there was an old guy and he was like diagnosed with cancer and he got like ran over by a UFO and they turned his body into like this super weapon.
His family doesn't like him and he's kind of miserable.
What was that?
I don't know.
And then there was like a young guy and he was also turned in. So there were two people that were turned into like weapons by aliens and they ended up battling.
Well, they also have very different like reactions to being turned into a weapon.
I liked Erase, but I could never rewatch it. It's something I could bring myself to watch once. They shot finger guns. Yeah,
Yeah, exactly.
I don't know what that show was called, but I can't believe that was so good.
Oh, thanks, Sam.
Yeah, oh my gosh, Erased was so good.
I tried hard on those fits.
I miss finding other animes like this. Yeah, they shot finger guns. I liked Erased, but could never rewatch it. Fox, I would say maybe around the time your 18, 19, 20, rewatch it. Because
Yeah.
it'll have been long enough where you don't remember a lot of it. And you'll basically get to experience it for the first time over.
Yeah.
I watched most of Attack on Titan. And then, I don't know, 4 years later, we rewatched it again, and I had forgotten enough of the stuff that happened in the show.
Yeah.
That it was very similar to rewatching it again for the first time.
Yeah.
Ajin is a bit similar to Erased and Parasite. Ajin.
Ajin?
Write that down.
Ajin. Got it.
I don't know what it is. I've seen Attack on Titan 10 times and never understood it and keep restarting it. I really hate to use this card,
What?
Fox, but try rewatching it and like when you're older. It might just be an age thing. I know, and I'll say this. There were some animes that I tried watching when I was 13, 14, and I just didn't really get into them at all. And later on in life, I watched them again, and I really, really liked them. It's not really a maturity thing. I think your interests just change over time.
Yeah.
All right, Sam, have a good one.
Bye, Sam.
Good night.
Thank you for staying up so late for us.
Yeah, man. Erased was very good. Was that the one with there was the Miki girl in that one too. The girl.
I don't think there was a Miki girl.
Yeah, in his adult life or in his older life.
Oh yeah, in his older life, yeah.
We always called her this Miki girl. Whenever we find a girl who reminds us of Miki, we call her Miki girl. Mm-hmm. And Erased had that girl, the delivery
girl, yeah, the pizza coworker.
The coworker, yeah. She was so sweet.
She was very sweet.
I haven't watched Erased in a long time, but I remember tearing up at one point. Absolutely. Ohio. Maddie. Don't need that. Miki Girl A or Miki Girl B? Huh? What about A Miki Girl and B Miki Girl?
I don't know what that means.
A Miki Girl and B A Miki Girl.
B A Miki.
Rewatching anime as someone who doesn't watch them anymore is so nostalgic for me. That's how I feel when we started rewatching Chobits. Chobits was the first anime I ever watched, and I think I was 13 or 14. The first proper anime I ever watched. Do you guys watch Fate Stay Night? I've seen it.
I have not seen it.
That was an anime I watched a really, 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 really long time ago. People die when they're killed.
When they're killed.
It's good.
People are killed,
It's good.
Can I see the opacity? It's on full opacity.
Are you doing June Miko?
Yeah, June Miko. She's cute.
I feel like June Miko would have would have a little bit more.
June Miko would be a klutz.
Yeah, June Miko would be a klutz.
Yeah.
She'd be like, oh, sorry.
Look, she's so scary. She's so
Ooh,
scary.
she's so cool.
She's so scary.
She is the ultimate.
Oh my gosh.
Like.
Well, like, it's like looking at her is like a zap in my body. It's like, like that.
Happy early Krima? No. Dr. Stone, yes. I saw most of the first season.
I love these doodles. Wait, so would hers be Moon?
Chico?
No. This would be. Wait. Moon, like June.
Moon.
And then this would be Jiko. Maybe, or would it be the opposite? No, maybe this one would be. Since this one has more Miko like hairstyle and stuff, we'll do Jiko on this one. This is so stupid. And then this one will be Moon.
Moon is my type. You mean Jiko now? I feel like Moon would be the top one.
Okay, sure.
It seems more appropriate.
Okay.
Okay, Moon and Jiko.
This is so stupid. But I love it. It's one of my guilty pleasures. Wait. You're in my way.
I feel like she would just be she would be like June, where she wouldn't say much, but it would be much more like sharp.
It'd be a lot scarier.
It'd be a lot scarier. Move.
Oh, that's so mean. But I love it. It's like, oh, sorry.
I'm sorry, I was just, inside my head.
I was just, daydreaming. I'll say daydreaming. Yeah, we'll do that.
She would daydream, and people would daydream about her.
Yep.
Okay, so people need to know what hair color they are.
I think it's just okay, I think we'll do this. I
think Moon would have Miko hair color.
Miko hair color, but June eyes.
A little bit darker, maybe.
We'll do this.
We'll see this. We'll try it like
I want to try it like
because I think people are maybe going to want to make fan art at some point.
I would love to see that.
I can't believe we've never done this before.
I thought about doing it, but I just didn't think about doing it until, I guess, today.
I feel like Moon...
She would have
more reddish, like, hair... Her hair would get darker, almost like Miki is in areas.
Yeah.
Both Miko and June are kind of pale as well. I think people massively underestimate the importance of your brush strokes going in the direction of the form as well.
Yeah.
Like, brush economy is a big deal. People will be like, oh my gosh, what brush are you using? And it's like, yeah, the brush is good, but a brush that's going against the grain of the hair versus with the grain of the hair is going to look completely different.
Mm-hmm. Like, imagine if I made my strokes like this.
Yeah, it would not look.
This would not look
nearly as good.
There we go. And then maybe add a little shadow. Like that. Ooh. Okay. I feel like that would be Moon's colors.
Should you color the hair yourself? I usually use fill bucket. It's totally up to
I
you.
use fill bucket all the time if I need to. Like, most of the time I'll just fill it in manually because I know that fill bucket for me kind of has a weird artifact, so I don't use it.
And it gives a different vibe.
Yeah.
Is that the brush that's in your bio? Yes.
Yes. Has a lovely texture, doesn't it?
Yo. It is the brush that is in our bio. In fact, funny enough, it is exactly the brush in our bio, because when we got this iPad, in order to get this brush onto our Procreate, we literally just went to our website and downloaded it from there.
Yeah.
Is it for sketching? It's for everything.
For everything. You can see me coloring with this. And sometimes I line with it too, depending on what I want. And then we'll give her some Miko colored eyes. She looks so much softer now. Now June looks very, like, innocent and cute. Actually, she's a little bit more tanned than this.
Whoa.
Whoa.
Hiccup. We want to start One Punch Man tonight?
Yeah, why not?
Favorite character in One Punch Man?
Fubuki.
Gotta be Fubuki.
Yep. Fubuki and Moomin Rider.
Fubuki and Moomin Rider, yeah. Absolutely. So...
Can't beat him.
So good. Moomin Rider.
Moomin Rider has my heart.
The heart.
Has my heart.
Moomin Rider is like, he's such a good guy.
He's too good for this world.
Fubuki is like Moon.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, it's like that. Mm-hmm.
It's got the vibe.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Moon and Chico. So silly.
Dave Matthew. Are you new? Is this your first stream, or have you been here a couple of times?
Man.
Moon is my type, yeah. What if she had pink hair?
Pink hair?
I don't know.
Give her like slightly more like lighter reddish hair.
Yeah, that could be fun.
Still in the brown spectrum, but ooh, what if we thought of color like spectrums? Like there's on the orange, the brown, but it's on the orange spectrum. Or, I don't know what I'm talking about. And then there's Tira's blue eyes.
What are you on about?
I don't know.
I wasn't paying attention at all.
Like what if
So
we
I don't
thought
even
of
know what you
color
said.
like a spectrum? Like
It is a spectrum.
it is a it is it is a spectrum. That's right. It is. It is. That was kind of dumb. Okay.
You nailed it.
Nailed what?
Color.
Yeah, it's a spectrum. What was my brain thinking when I said that?
You were drawing. Ooh, Chris. Thank you for the rose. Lazy Greed, thank you for the heart me. Chris, thank you for the dolphin and the finger hearts. And Yuri, thank you for the 5 roses. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Yeah. There we go. Evie B Dreams Creative. Good night. Good night.
Good night.
Have a wonderful night. So would she be blonde?
Yep. That's too dark.
But what if she was like, just thinking.
She could have red hair. Or maybe their hair color could be swapped. What if she was blonde instead?
I feel like she would have darker. But then that would really just look like Miki.
Yeah.
I feel like the hair color should probably change a bit.
For Tiki's?
Yeah. I tried, but is so hard. Tried what? Drawing is hard.
Drawing is hard. Don't think it's people who think drawing is easy. They're lunatics. They don't know what they're talking about.
Drawing is very hard, and you're not gonna get a tool that suddenly makes drawing easy.
I think that's a myth. It's a myth that art is easy. 'Cause it's not. It's very hard. I would say it takes longer to master art than you would become like a doctor or something like that, in a way. You know what I mean? Like, you study to become a doctor in college, and that's kind of like most of the education. And of course, there's a lot. It's better for you to learn even after college. But I feel like with art, it's like a lifetime skill as well. Because life is.
It depends on what job you're going for, but as far as hours are concerned, I would say it's probably a similar amount.
Yeah.
I mean, most of the people that I know who are working professionally, it took them about 6,000 hours of good, deliberate practice to get their first job. 6,000 hours of practice.
Honestly, the blonde hair with the purple eyes looks pretty good.
Yeah, it does look pretty good.
Maybe I'll give her like a black ribbon instead. See how that looks.
It's because there is no straight point A to B. I don't know what you mean exactly. They've got learning art down to a science, I can tell you that. I have dozens of friends who went from they've never drawn in their lives to professional artists who make a full-time living off of it. Learning art, it is absolutely something that they have down to a science. There are a lot of, not a lot, but there are schools out there that teach it. You can pretty consistently and reliably take pretty much anybody, and if they put in the work, they'll be a professional artist. But it's a lot of work. I mean, it's similar, like, you know, they've got becoming a doctor down to a science. You know, you go through your classes, you do your... I remember watching a vid, and it's like, in order to master something, you need 10,000 hours. Yeah, that's the Malcolm Gladwell's 10,000 hour thing. I think it was Malcolm Gladwell. Or Malcolm Gladwell? Malcolm Gladwell? Is that it?
I don't know.
Yeah, that's a thing. I would say mastery is probably higher. You can get pretty good with 10,000 hours. I was referring to becoming what you would consider good at drawing. Everyone is different, so there's no do this and you'll be good many branches. Yeah, I mean, all art is visual. Like, all 2D art, like, there's different styles and stuff, but all of it is based on shapes. Like, I don't know anybody who draws on paper or draws and there is a style that doesn't have anything to do with shapes or lines or form. Tiki is my type. Yeah, that 10,000 hour rule was is a good starting point. There's people with 30, 40, 50,000 hours and stuff, though. I would consider them masters. How often do you flip the canvas? I don't think Christina's flipped the canvas.
I flipped it accidentally, but that was only one time today.
Yeah.
I like living life on the edge, you know?
Yeah.
Crap, I just
What?
should not have colored that. I colored it all in one go, and then I realized that I shouldn't have colored one spot, and then when I undid, it just undid everything.
Yeah. Tori's back.
Tori!
Yeah. Well, our background in art is more based on the professional world rather than something that could be kind of ambiguous and based on personal preference, which, again, there's nothing wrong with that at all. It's not really the brand that we run. Christina and I both have a background being professionally trained in art and design, and so that's the angle that we take on our social media. But all 2D art that has to do with something that people see with their eyeballs is based on shapes.
It's a fun switch up.
You know, all optical art. And that, which means it all fundamentally works on by the same principles. Are these fan children fusions? Oh, Tori, she's doing some fusions.
Yeah, I am doing fusions. This one is
yeah,
Tira Miki, so she's Tiki.
Tiki.
This one's Mira, because it's Miki and Tira. There.
Mira.
And then Mira. And then this one's the only name that actually makes sense. This one's Moon, which is Miko and June.
Move.
And then this is Jiko. I love saying her name, it's so silly. Which is Miko and June.
And then there was a June Miki.
June Miki?
Yeah,
So?
you made a June Miki earlier.
Oh, yeah, I did. Hold up, I gotta... Right there, right here.
That's cute.
Yeah.
I have a ship named Jiko.
Oh, that's funny. You're not tweaking, Maddie. There is music.
Yeah, there's music. There's always music on our stream. Unless TikTok's not picking up our music again and it's just barely coming up.
And then we also got Naomi and Tira. Nira? Taomi?
Yup, that's nice.
Taomi or Nira?
Taomi.
Taomi.
Tiromi?
Tiromi? I don't know about Tiromi. But actually, Tiromi's actually pretty good, though. I don't know.
Nira?
Nira's cuter.
Probably Nira. I don't know.
We'll see. Drawn along later. Okay.
Naura? Where's the ra coming from? Or the aura? U-R-A. Or I guess the ra is coming from Tira. There's a U in there.
Naira? No.
Nira. N-A-I-R-A. It'd be like Naira. Naira. Nora?
Nora.
It doesn't sound like Tira or Naomi. We're combining names of the characters.
Tiomi? Tiomi? I don't know. That one sounds a bit awkward too.
Tiomi?
If y'all can come up with a good fusion name, that'd be really fun.
Do you guys watch anime?
Not as much lately,
On
but we
and
have
off.
watched.
Christine and I haven't basically watched any anime since like June. Since actually May.
Yeah, May, June, yeah.
Basically since May. We watched a tiny bit last night, like less than an episode, and we were just like, eh.
We're just not looking hard enough for
We
good
might
anime.
we might restart One Punch Man tonight though. Don Da Don, we watched one episode of that a number of weeks ago. I thought it was fun, but I don't know. Nira? Tiomi? I think Tiomi is probably like pretty good.
Tiomi's pretty good.
Tiomi.
Tiomi. I was thinking that. Tiomi. Oh, nah. I was gonna say Neo. That one's not good. Naomira. No. Nope.
Tiomi.
Tiomi. We'll do Tiomi.
So good and tasty.
Let me think. So she's holding a book like this.
You gotta drink your juice too.
I do, but I'm savoring it.
You're savoring it.
I know, I'm not really drinking it.
Every time I come into your room, you have like a drink in there that you were savoring, and now it's been in there for 2 days and you didn't finish it.
I know.
And then it has no bubblies left. It's all nasty.
Crap, how do I draw a book? Here's your thumb. Yeah, I'll do that for now. I don't like it. You do it.
Feels kind of weird.
If it does feel weird.
I mean, oh my gosh.
What?
I could just do this.
You could just do that.
Although they're gonna see it.
Yeah, they're gonna see it.
I don't know. I feel like if you were to draw a book, it might be. Maybe along the lines of something.
Yeah,
like
I think
that.
that's good.
The pages are kind of weird, but
Whatever. As long as it looks like a book, I'm fine.
there you go. I can't draw a line in that direction. There you go.
I think the one mystery that I'm kind of wondering about Dandadan is why was that girl obsessed with Takakura Ken, and when did he appear? Was it like a character that she wanted to watch?
Well, they'll
or was
probably
it
explain it later. We've only watched one episode.
Yeah, that's true.
And I don't want chat to spoil it. 'Cause
That's
we're
true.
Going to
Yeah,
watch it.
never mind. Don't spoil it. Maybe they'll answer it later. Like maybe they'll answer that mystery later.
It's not mentioned as I know.
Oh.
Ken Takakura is basically like an idol, I think. It's like a real person. I don't keep up with with real celebrities in Japan.
I assumed initially it was like a real person until that guy said that he was that guy, but no idea. Man, I might draw more of Wait. No, I know another one. Instead
What?
of Moon, what if it's Junko? That's an actual Japanese name.
Oh, that one's better.
Junko. That's probably for her.
Yeah, I would do that better.
Oh my gosh,
like
why
that a
didn't I
lot
not
better.
notice that? It ain't Moon anymore. It's Junko.
He was a movie star IRL.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
I know, Rip Moon. I mean, Moon's kind of dorky sounding, which would kind of make sense.
What if it's Junko Moon? No, I'm
Junko.
kidding. Junko
Maybe this one's just Moon then,
Moon.
instead of Jiko, because Jiko sounds kind of dumb. And Moon is kind of cuter for this girl, I think.
Rip Moon.
No, my Moon's revived.
Moon still lives in my heart.
Moonco.
Secretly, Levi Ackerman. Moon lives in my heart. Moonco.
Moonco.
Yeah.
I don't need your pity. I feel like
He's just like a celebrity crush Momo has. Okay.
oh, okay, gotcha.
Add Haruka or Hikari. I don't know what that means. It's a real person, yeah. I don't know. I don't watch very many movies these days. I used to watch a lot more when I was getting into the entertainment industry. But not tons. And I would watch more classics. Classic, like Alien, a lot of those old 70s, 80s.
I want to watch Pirates of the Caribbean.
Yeah, we should watch that sometime together. I've seen all of them. You haven't seen any of them?
Nope, never seen any.
I went through a really hardcore phase when I was getting into concept art. It was a very, very intense 5 years of doing nothing but practicing and obsessing around the clock. And then I worked professionally for a while, and now I'm doing other stuff. Have you seen Aliens
Romulus?
I don't know what that is. The new Alien movie? No, I don't really see that many. I don't really see that many movies these days. I don't really watch almost anything new that comes out of Hollywood.
It's kind of like a hit or a miss. Most of it sucks.
How do I ask for art help if I'm doing a Secret Santa? That's part of the challenge. You'll have to pull on your own intelligence and experience. Watch Romulus. Romulus? Is that how you say it? Romulus?
Tiomi ain't this character. Tiomi is another one. Unless you mean
740.
this girl. This is Tiomi. Whoops.
Tiomi.
I labeled it wrong because I was on a different layer. This one's Tiomi. This one is Junko. I should rename this. To avoid confusion. Why am I on the wrong layer? Okay. Junko. Yep. The quiet, scary lady. Junko's fun to look at.
What would you guys say my level is on a beginner to advanced level? I'm probably the wrong person to ask, because you're not going to like my answer.
It depends if you want us to be honest or not.
You have to understand, Christine and I are both professional artists with a lot of work experience running a mostly beginner level art Discord server. I just realized my finals start tomorrow. Technically, that is an answer.
What?
What I just said.
Oh, yeah.
But, I didn't start a Discord server for art because I wanted to see a bunch of professional art. I started it because I find that the more beginner community has more passion for art and more fun doing art than a lot of the professional community does.
Yeah.
I love the passion that people have creating their own characters regardless of skill level. So I actually much more enjoy hanging out in a community like ours than with a bunch of people who work professionally, because your mindset changes after you become a professional. A lot of the time it becomes a job, and a lot of the time
The play is over in a way.
it's just different. Maybe I just have a fondness for Mean Girls, but glasses win me over. I don't really know a lot of professional artists. Yeah, most people don't. It's like pro artists hang out with pro artists most of the time. Like doctors hang out with doctors a lot of the time. Not all the time. Psychologists hang out with psychologists. Historians hang out with historians. People of similar backgrounds tend to hang out together a lot of the time because they tend to get each other.
Well, they know the industry and stuff.
So was your answer beginner or yes? I would consider it beginner. But like,
It's not bad.
you have to understand where I'm coming from as well. My standard,
Yeah.
I consider myself not very good. Like, I'm good enough to work professionally, but I'm not very good. And I say it all the time in in my content or when I'm teaching. I'm like, I'm not that good at this. Like, I know the basics. Does Junko have glasses?
Yes. I guess they both have glasses. Moon and Junko both have glasses. It's kind of cute with her with glasses, though. Maybe, what if I did not have glasses for her? What would it look like?
I'd say I'm okay for my age. Yeah, I mean, as soon as you turn like 18, 19, age doesn't matter anymore. Like, it's more of a, and I don't mean this in like a negative way. Whenever someone talks about their age and relates it to their art, it's more of an ego thing, because there's people out there who are 40 or 50 who have never drawn before.
I think in terms of the context, like, if you see, like, a 40-year-old artist or 40-year-old person that draws basically the same thing as, like, a 16-year-old, the 16-year-old will be like, well, I'm pretty good for my age, but it's the same level as the 40-year-old anyway.
Yeah.
It's, like, a different context.
It's an ego thing, like, because it doesn't actually do anything. It's like, okay, you're amazing as a 14-year-old. Like, what does that do? Or it's like, oh, you're amazing as a 16-year-old. You're amazing as a 17-year-old. It's like, well, as soon as you turn 18, now you're competing with all the people who are 18. But it's not even a competition, because you're It's not like you're competing with anybody for a job, because you just draw for fun. You know what I mean? It's an ego statement because it doesn't really mean anything. Like, it doesn't put you at an advantage or a disadvantage. It's just kind of like a thing. Like, when I was in high school, when I was 17, 18, specifically 18, like, I was pretty good for an 18-year-old.
Until you weren't 18 anymore.
But I wasn't anywhere near good enough to work professionally anyways, so it didn't matter. My Christmas wish is for Colton to say he's the best artist in the world. No, it's because I'm not. I'm not even close. I'm not even that good. I am okay as professionally as an environment background prop artist. I do have a considerable amount of experience art directing different things. But I'm 29. Like, there's a lot of people out there. And, like, once you get to my age, like, there's really, really high-level people who are 29. You're not good? You're kidding me, right? It depends on what you mean by good. Compared to a beginner art Discord server, I'm great. Compared to
the professionals,
the professional
that
art
you look
world
up
that
to.
I work in, I'm not. I'm like, okay.
Like, you're hireable.
Yeah, I'm more than hireable.
You're more than hireable. Like, because hireable
That's
means
why
like
I
you're
say
technical.
okay.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of jobs that I wouldn't be able to do. And I don't think I'm being critical of myself at all. Like, it's just how it is as well. If you're okay, what am I? Well, I'm saying I'm okay on the scale that I'm weighing myself on. If I was weighing myself on the beginner scale, I would definitely be more than okay. But no, I'm not very good. Like, but it doesn't make me depressed or anything. It makes me, more than anything, it's kind of exciting that I can continue to take classes and improve. That's cute. But she falls asleep in class. Tori says, I thought she was snoozing away. Sorry, I fell asleep.
Sorry, I dozed off for a little bit. Dozed.
I fell asleep.
Oh, it's like an autumn.
dahlia.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, sorry,
like a
dahlia.
dahlia. I fell asleep. Why does this feel like dahlia?
This feels like dahlia.
Hey. Is that like a hey?
I think that's it. I think that's a hee 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 hey.
Hey, sorry, I fell asleep.
I could literally draw these girls every single waking minute of my life. I'm studying.
But like, scales and the thing is like scales don't really matter because
What is it? Like a power scale? It's
like I
don't
said,
know.
it's an ego thing, right? Like, if you're a beginner but you're an advanced beginner, it doesn't mean anything. Like, you draw what you draw, and
Yeah.
that's enough. I don't generally like to put people on scales if I don't absolutely have to. If I'm talking to a student and they are trying to get employed professionally and get hired so they can do art as a living, I will be honest about where I believe that they are in regards to getting a job. Otherwise, the only reason you would weigh yourself on a scale of skill is,
It's like self-worth or something.
yeah, for like ego reasons. And again, I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean
Like you're measuring
you're measuring it
to determine if you should feel sad or good about yourself or not.
to determine if you should feel like, yeah, I'm awesome, or oh man, I suck. That sucks. I'm depressed. So, like I said, I'm hesitant to do that because there's no reason to do it. Now, if I was teaching someone who wanted to get hired professionally, I would be honest with them and be like, I think you need another year of practice, or I think you need maybe to work a little bit more on this, or maybe your values are a little bit muddy. But that's in the goal, that's in with the end goal of them getting hired professionally so they can make a living off of art. But like Maddie, you're not going to make a professional living off of art. So like, you are where you are, and you've made huge progress. Even from when you joined our community to now, you've made huge progress.
Yeah.
And that, to me, is a much bigger deal than where on the scale you are, because you're moving. It's not static.
Yeah, you won't be a beginner forever, especially if you keep practicing and if you decide to get serious.
Yeah. So like, if you're moving on the scale is much more important than where on the scale you are, because if you're anywhere below professional, if you're not moving, then forever you will be below professional. But if you're below professional and you're moving forward, eventually you'll get there.
Now, this is something I struggle with a lot too.
Yeah.
You know, I think everybody struggles with it to some degree.
Mm-hmm. And it's a huge topic. Like, that's why I always say, like, I have friends who were in their 30s who had basically never picked up a pencil before in their life. And people think, oh my gosh, I'm in my 30s, I can't draw at all. There's a 13-year-old out there who's way better than me. But then that 30-something-year-old practices like crazy around the clock, so they're on that scale and they're moving super fast. Right? So where you are doesn't actually matter. Whether you're moving or not is the thing that matters. Do you think there are times when people can move backwards? Yeah. But you have to remember that, like, the scale is huge. Like, I can draw a line,
Sure.
right? Like, if I draw a line of the scale, my line is like, I'll draw this really like that, right? So this is the scale. And let's just say this is like beginner. And then down here is pro. If anybody's seen Hunter x Hunter, and
Oh, yeah.
do you remember the part where Killua was explaining like his power in comparisons to Gon, in comparison to what it was at Hisoka?
Yeah.
It's like that.
Him.
The scale's a lot bigger than you think it is. So you're here, and you're talking about getting that much worse. Like, do you ever move back on the scale? Yeah, you'll move back about this much. On a scale that's 4 miles long. So it's negligible. It doesn't matter. If you do 150 figure drawings or head drawings or hair drawings or whatever, you're probably going to move up like this. You know? And I would say this scale is just like beginner to like...
Pro, like hireable.
No.
Oh, oops.
Like beginner... advanced, like an advanced beginner.
Ah, I see what you're saying.
Right? Meh, if 150 head drawings take you that far now, let's just say like you're good. Like, quote, good.
Like amateur good?
Right?
Like, what does the good part mean? Like...
And there's a scale for figure, perspective, background, anatomy. Yeah, and a lot of them overlap, by the way. Like someone who's really, really, really good at, I don't know, perspective is going to have a major advantage when it comes to drawing people, right? Like, for example, I had never drawn, I don't draw anime almost at all, right? I don't draw anime almost at all. I hadn't drawn anime since high school. I worked professionally as an artist for almost 10 years, and, you know, I'm making stuff like this. And I barely drew any anime. Why? Because I know how to draw. So, like, all I have to do is learn the technicalities of anime, and I can get better at it really fast.
Because
Right?
you know the foundation.
And so I do all these head drawings and all these head exercises and stuff because I know art foundation and design foundation. Like, I'm telling you, because all 2D art is based on shapes, if you're really, really good at drawing shapes, the subject matter doesn't really matter that much. There's like learning the technicalities of it, right?
It's like trying to adjust a little bit, like let's say if you know how to sing, like if you're singing, right, you got to adjust your breathing or your voice to fit a certain mood.
Yeah.
But if you don't know how to sing and you're tone deaf, then that's a completely different
all
thing.
2D art, and I keep saying it, but it's because it's true. All 2D art is based on the same set of fundamentals. And if you distill 2D art all the way down to its core, it is based on shapes. Will Weston teaches it shape, line, and form. Mm-hmm. There are shapes, there are lines, and there is form. And it makes up all 2D art. Painting is mostly shapes of different colors and values. In fact, it is shapes of different colors and values. Mm-hmm. Drawing and painting are the same in the fact that you're making shapes. It's just painting, you're filling in those shapes, and drawing, you're not always filling in those shapes. You're usually just drawing the silhouette. Like this hand right here, Christina has drawn the silhouette of this hand, right? Here is the silhouette of the hand. If this was a painting of a hand, instead of it having a line around it, it would be
kind of filled in.
It would be filled in with the color of her hand, and then she would probably have some shadows on it here and there in order to show the form.
I think Colton should be like a motivational speaker of some sort.
And funny enough, I've seen this specifically in many classmates that I've had. Like I said, I have seen dozens and dozens and dozens of people personally in my life go from having never drawn before to now working professionally as artists. And I'm saying they're making a good living. I have friends who've made $400,000 or $500,000 US in 1 year doing art and design. Like, they're good artists. They're being paid as much as doctors. And I met them before they even started drawing. Like, a lot of them. And so, one specific example was a girl, Dina Norland. She unfortunately passed away a couple of years ago. But I was classmates with her. And she drew wolves growing up all the time. You could probably still find her old DeviantArt. When she was your age, Fox, and when she was your age, Maddie, she drew wolves all the time. She was from Norway, and she was a huge fan of wolves growing up. So she just drew wolves all the time, and she got really, really good at drawing aesthetic S-curve lines. Just really, really good at drawing aesthetic lines. She got really good at shape language, but she never learned foundation. She didn't know how to draw perspective. She didn't know how to render properly. She didn't have like professional art training. So, but she was really good at form and drawing attractive curves and stuff. Like a lot of furry artists will get really, really good at drawing very aesthetic curves and bodies and stuff, but they won't be professionally trained. So when she went to the school that I went to, which was a school that taught industrial design, she learned perspective, and she learned rendering, and she learned design, and she learned a professional process for making art. And then all of that experience she had drawing aesthetic lines and curves combined with the professional training of perspective and draw through. And when she graduated, she started working at like Lego, and she was working on after 1 year she graduated and she got hired at a bunch of different companies. She was an artist at Atom Hawk, which is a concept art studio in the UK, for a long time, and she worked on some Lego projects, and she published her own book. I actually have her book. I'll show it to you. It's a signed copy.
This is literally like late night deep talk.
Where is it? Here it is. Great. Is this it? So she has a couple of books. One of them, was this book here. Does this one have my... Which is the one that has the card from her that they wrote? I don't know. Okay. So here's the book. It's called Gray Legs. This is Dina's book. This was my classmate back in 2015 and 16.
Heckin' cute.
And you can see that her style, super cartoony, right? This girl studied industrial design in school.
Inspiration.
Yeah, see? Super
so cute. I love it. I want to make
so
a
this one was
book.
to Christina. She signed it for us. And I got a book for myself, and she signed it, and that one was for me. But you can see. So, it's a really, really cool book. But she's very good. So, she grew up drawing animals like this all the time. But then she got professionally trained, so her artwork took on a whole nother level.
It like boosted it. And
yeah, she has
really
a popular
fun.
YouTube channel, by the way, Kireji, Dina Norland. Like I said, she passed away a couple years ago. But I sat next to her almost the entire year when I was in school. And so you can see.
But I feel like if she really tried, she could definitely do anime as well.
Well, she was on projects at Atom Hawk where they were working on like AAA games and stuff. Like she was working on, you know, video games and stuff. And then she turns around and can do this kind of thing. Look at this one. This
Aw,
one's really
sweet,
nice.
Sweet Face says, never sat through a stream this long in my life. Thank you.
Yeah. So she
I love
published this
that.
book a while back, number of years ago, and published it. Gray Legs. She also published another book, Snowcat Prince. But like I said, when she was your guys' age, she was just drawing wolves all the time. She was about a year older than I was. So she went to school when she was 19 and got professionally trained. And when she graduated, you know, she started working professionally. She was very good. She's got a website with a bunch of her work on it. I think it's called Hushbird. I still keep up with Phil, which was her husband. He was a classmate of mine too. They got married. Dina Norland, Hushbird. Nettle in the Hush Hushes. She actually developed that project in FZD. But yeah, this is what her work looked like. This kind of stuff. But you can, like, she's a pro. Like, any pro would look at this and you'd go, yeah, she's a pro.
But
She's not an amateur. Like, no professional would look at this and go, oh, they're like an amateur artist.
No.
Like, she's a pro. She knows what she's doing.
You can tell in the way that she makes her decisions, like
Yeah.
even with hair.
Her decision making is professional. And it's very difficult to explain it. But basically, there's like this line. There's this differentiation. I took a costume drawing class a little while back. And our teacher, his name was Chris. He worked at DreamWorks. And when I turned in my work, he could tell I was a pro. Like, during the critique sessions, he would literally say, he's just like, oh, like,
You're probably working now.
You're probably working as a professional right now. Like, that's, like, he could literally tell. Because when someone is a pro, they make professional decisions. I heard one artist explain it. It's like an inside joke that you get. Like, it's like an inside joke. When someone else is a pro, it's almost like an accent, or like when someone talks with broken English, like you can tell. It's not like you can't understand it. It's not like it's bad, but like when someone's a native English speaker and someone's not, like you can tell. Not in a bad or a good way, but you can tell. That's how it is, like looking at a professional artist's work for another pro. Is like, you're like, oh yeah, this person's a pro. Like they understand the language that you're speaking. And so when I say if someone's good or if someone's not good, there's like this scale for me personally, because I'm a pro. I can tell when someone's a pro and I can tell when they're not a pro. So I'll kind of be like, yeah, you're pretty good. But I'm like ranking them on a scale of they're not a pro yet. Dina, she's a pro. And I'm just like, yeah, she's pretty good. Like, her animal drawings are insane. Mm-hmm. She's really, really, really good at it. Like, here's a good example. This is some of her artwork. I don't know if I can... No, I can't really zoom in on it.
Wow.
But, like, she's a pro. You can see her shape language, her form language, her animal anatomy, and, like, just the shapes that she's using.
It's very nuanced.
Very nuanced, very pro, very refined. And when I look at it, I immediately am just like, she's a pro. This is good. This is actually, she made this in school. She was a student when she made this.
I never saw this one.
Some lady who's who's using magic to like wash the dishes or something.
Oh,
She's
that's
just
fun.
like, and it's like didn't work out very well or something.
Wow, she has
Yeah,
very
like-
good composition.
Yeah, like this was another piece that she made while she was a student.
Kitty.
Like this is pro. Like this is pretty pro. It looks like a student who's ready to work professionally. That's cute.
If Art Center
really
produced
nice.
students like this at the end of their whole years, that'd be insane.
Yeah. But like I said, she drew a ton of animals and wolves and stuff before she went to school. So school refined her professionally. Mm-hmm. She wasn't a pro before she went to school. Like even this kind of work is really good. This is more work of hers. It's like it's pro. Like you can tell. That's cute. You like eat the bubble.
Oh, so cute.
Yeah, that's a good. She's got a good portfolio. Ooh, this is another one of her pieces that I really like.
Oh, I remember that one.
So she got hired at Adam Hawk, and she was making a living off of her artwork. I remember when we all graduated, we were all like trying to get hired and get work, and we were all messaging each other, and we actually used to have a group chat with everybody. Camowak.
Oh, I remember that.
Yep.
That was your inside joke. And you put in your portfolio.
But another thing is, look how consistent her work is, right? Every single piece that she tackles is pro. The shape language on that is super good. All of these artworks, professional. Like there's no drop in quality. Everything is a very consistent level. See, I just scroll through her work like endlessly. She can do architecture, she can do interiors, she can do interior design of all this different stuff.
Wow. That's fun.
All of it is very consistent. That's another mark of a pro is they're well-rounded, meaning
they're kind of like generalists.
Yeah, meaning like there's not a lot of like dips in the art quality. Like people will be like, and you'll notice, right? Like there'll be people in like the Discord server or people on Twitter, and they'll be really, 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 really good at something. But as soon as they step outside of their comfort zone, it just like totally falls apart, which is fine, right? But what I'm saying is, when I'm talking whether someone's like a professional or not, that's the sort of thing that I consider is like well-rounded. I explained it on another stream a while back where it's like, you know how in a video game you can have like a different build on a character, where like you could make an archer build, or you could make a tank build, or you could make a wizard build, and there's like these different skills. How does it work exactly? There will be like
that pentagram.
Yeah, there will be like a pentagon, right?
Pentagon.
And it'll look like this. And this will be like defense. This will be like attack. This will be like magic. And this will be like, I don't know, range or something, something. And you'll have like a tank build, right? And the build will look like this.
Hey, Shauna.
Right? It'll kind of look like that. Or it'll be like, maybe that one will be medium and maybe this one will be super low. Think about art the same way. Except instead of attack and defense, it's like perspective and color and composition and design and shape language. And so when it comes to a pro in art, their build, their art build
Art build.
will look something more like this.
You know, I feel like you could make a YouTube video on this too.
Their art build will maybe look more like this. And so you'll have a character artist, and maybe their hard surface or their like architecture design is their weak one, so it's only halfway, but this one is like character design, and this one's like color theory, and this one's this and that. So they're like, being well-rounded means that you don't really have a weak point. And so again, I look at people in the Discord server, and again, I love everybody in our Discord server.
And their work.
I love that they're passionate about their stories and everything, but y'all wanted me to be honest. And this isn't mean, by the way. I'm just being honest, like, right? It'll be like really weak, really weak, really weak, kind of in the middle. It'll be something like that, right? And maybe this is like anime faces.
Or they're only good at like one type of illustration, for example.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they can't do perspective, they can't do architecture, they can't do backgrounds, they can't do composition, they don't know anatomy very well, but they're really, really, really good at drawing an anime face, right? And another thing, Tori, I just put all my points in character design. Again, only a certain type of character design as well. If you suddenly had to design a character that looked like they belong in the Star Wars universe, you'd probably struggle a lot. If you had to design a character that's based on a very specific kind of design, you'd probably struggle a lot. So it's like you have a strong point, and it might be really, 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 really specific. And that's not bad.
It's just because you like to draw that thing.
It's because
like,
you like
that's
to draw
kind of
that.
how I am. You know, like I specify on drawing these kind of things.
Yeah. So when you're trained professionally as an artist, what you learn is that all of these different points here actually utilize the same skill set. Because again, art is all visual. It's all based on shapes and lines and forms. A character is a set of shapes and lines and forms. A tractor is a set of shapes and lines and forms. A building is a set of shapes and lines and forms. A sci-fi alien planet that's purple is based on shapes and lines and forms. Because all 2D art is shapes and lines and forms, right? It's an iPad. It's hard. I can't, it's a flat surface. So shapes and lines and forms show on that flat surface. It's an illusion. So what you learn when you get professionally trained is you learn that underlying skill set behind shapes and lines and forms. And you practice a lot. You practice and practice and practice and practice and practice. So that's why Dina can do this easily, but she's not even an interior artist. She's a creature artist. She does this kind of stuff, right?
That's
this kind of
specialty.
stuff is her specialty. She's really, really, really good at it. But then she's told to do an interior or an environment,
And she can do it.
and she can do it. Here it is. Why? Because it's shapes and lines and forms, and she was trained how to do shapes and lines and forms.
You can't really get to this kind of level without committing to
Yeah. There you
a
go.
sort of program or sort of, you know,
Completely different than animals.
Training.
Although
Yeah.
she did stick an animal in that one.
can't escape that, huh?
Well,
Well, for
it's
her,
not like
it's
she
just-
wasn't allowed.
Yeah. Ooh, comic.
Yeah, so she's
also does
making-
comics.
She also does comics, right?
But it's all the
Shapes
same.
and
Wow,
lines
that's
and
beautiful.
forms and story. Look at that.
That
so
is
cute.
wonderful. Man, I wish she. I want to read that. That's so cool.
So like I
Very
said,
cool.
I'm not just making this up. I've been a professional artist for almost 10 years, and I've gone to numerous schools. I've been through FZD, where they take most people who go to FZD were beginners when they entered, and they graduate and they work professionally. And then I went to Art Center, College of Design, which is a really famous design school. Saw the same exact thing happen. So I'm not making this up. Like, visual art has an underlying set of foundational things that you can practice and learn. And when you get to a certain level, you're a pro. And so I've noticed that most of the amateur art community, through no fault of their own, they don't really know that. They've never been told. And so people will draw and draw and draw and draw, and they'll be like, am I good enough? Am I a pro yet? But they don't know that they're like missing this foundational education. And it's frustrating because you see a bunch of people who are working really hard and are really passionate about art, and you're just like, there's no way this person could get hired professionally. Like, they just don't have the foundational skill.
Yeah. Well, I think there's also quality of impatience, because like it takes way longer than you want it to.
Yeah. All right, Everyday, have a good one.
Bye, cat.
Thanks for showing up. I gotta go. I gotta tinkle.
Gotta tinkle?
Like no tomorrow.
Man. Crazy Putin British guy, hate to say. Oh yeah. Just you and me, chat. I don't even know what to talk about. Colton's usually the one that likes to rant a lot, which I love. I love hearing it. I could just go on and on for hours. He does it every day, and I love to hear it. For me, I feel like I'm like, I don't know what to add to this. I hate when people say you can work for Disney. It depends. It's like, it's almost like that's kind of all they know about being, getting a job as an artist is you can work for Disney, because that's like all they know. I've definitely had that comment before, like, oh, like you can work for Disney and stuff, and I'm like, I don't know, I guess. It depends on what kind of job. I think my impatience has always shot me in the foot, but the advice of enjoying the process helps. Yeah, I need to enjoy the process more when it comes to, I don't know, learning or just drawing more environments, because I'm not very strong in that. I mean, like, I can do it if I really tried, but I don't like desire to do it, so I need to force myself. And here I am just drawing a bunch of heads again, as usual,
I kind of thought of another way to explain it too.
Go ahead.
There's like the amateur world and there's the professional world, and I like to think of it like a pond. And an ocean. So let's say this is your pond, and you've got this
massive ocean.
Huge, like this is 10x big, like this is 10 times bigger than what I've drawn, right? And this is like the amateur world, and you're a fish in here. And you're like, dang, I'm a pretty big fish. I'm pretty good. This is what I'm looking at. So they go, man, I'm a pretty good, like a puddle, yeah? Like, I would even say it's kind of like a puddle or maybe a pond. So you become a big fish, and you're like, dang, I'm good. I'm better than all these artists around me.
Yeah.
But then you go into this pond, this puddle, this ocean, and you literally are like, not even that big. You're like that big in it. And all of a sudden you've gone from being a big fish in a pond to a tiny, tiny, tiny fish in the ocean. And I wouldn't say this is depressing at all. I think this is awesome, because now you're just like, oh my gosh, there's so much like
out there.
If you're inspired by other artists, you realize just how high the roof is, how high the ceiling is, how big the ocean is. And I don't think this should be depressing at all. I think this should be inspiring. Think about when they're in like One Piece and they finally get to the Grand Line. It's like, bruh,
I like to also
there's so much to do.
I like to also think of it in terms of like ceilings. Like,
you have so much room to swim, exactly. And there's mentors, and there's mentor figures, and there's other artists who are inspiring, and there's new styles.
It's like you climb the first level,
yeah,
and you're like at the bottom of the second level, and you got to climb up again. And oh, okay, well now it's like as you keep improving, you realize that you just keep on going on multiple levels, but you're at the bottom, and then you just got to keep on going. That's kind of how I like to think about it. It sounds depressing sometimes, but I think it also just depends on your own mindset of how you think about art. But in the end, you're still moving up. It's just, you realize that the ceiling's a lot higher than you think. But there is a lot more that you can climb. Like, I would say if I reached the top, I guess part of me would be like, oh, that's it? Well, that was not really, that's kind of anticlimactic, The good thing is that I would say there's no top. Like there's people who are really, really,
There
really
is
good, and
no
and
ceiling.
they have mastery. But even then, they're still improving.
I mean, if mastery only takes 10,000 hours, there's people with 50, 60,000 hours of practice. So, if there's a ceiling, I have not seen it. And anybody who's at the tippy top, they always talk as if there's so much to learn and so much to improve.
Yeah.
And I don't think they're just being humble. I think they really mean it. And I don't think that's a depressing thing at all. I think it's awesome. You can delete that huge ocean that I drew if you want. It's gonna block your drawing.
But I like it. It's a good analogy. I'll just move it.
Maybe, probably not a very relevant conversation for most people, but there's probably a couple people in here, at least, who are seriously considering a professional career in art and design. This is the talk I wish that I heard when I was just getting started, because it's really, really true. If you want to become a professional artist, get professional training. And I mean like professional training. Like, you're going to need just a boatload of practice. But professional training or a professional mentorship is going to help you go so much faster. You'll get stuck behind bad habits for months, maybe even years, and a pro could just do that. What about art school? I would say not all art schools are created equal. I would say, as far as art school goes, this is my number one thing that I say, always. And most pros will tell you this. Look at the employment rate of the current graduating students. That is my number one tip. If you're thinking about an art school and you want to know if it's good or not, look at the employment rate of the current graduating class and students. Message them, email them, look into them. Because colleges are always going to have their star students who were destined for greatness, and their greatness had nothing to do with the college, but everything to do with the person. And they'll use them as like, XYZ graduated from our school and they're super famous.
They'll use them as like a benchmark in a way.
And they'll be like, yeah, but is that the norm? Is it because of you guys? Or is it because that person worked 12 hours a day and had a bunch of additional mentors and stuff? At our level, how would you recommend finding a good mentor or good training? That's really difficult. All I can really do is speak off of my own experience. When I was a beginner, when I was 18, and I was just getting started and I wanted to become a pro, there was a YouTube channel out there that went live every single Sunday for 2-3 hours called Level Up. Levelup. It's really old now. It probably was like 2013, 14. And every single week on Sunday, it was 3 guys. Derek Zabroki, Wojtek Fus, and Jonas Darrow. These 3 professional artists who were friends that would go live every Sunday and do critiques and paintovers and interview professional artists. And I watched them religiously. That's where I first learned about like light fall off with different kinds of light. That's where I first learned about like the inverse, I think it's called like the inverse square law of light or something that has to do with like the fall off of light from like candlelight and flames. That's where I first learned about like the face. Like, in order to draw a good face, like, you have to break away from stickers. Like, that's where I first learned about all these concepts that are, like, super important. And, because, remember, I was actually planning on teaching myself. I couldn't afford to go to college or school. I was planning on teaching myself in my bedroom and doing work on the side and paying for mentorships and classes and stuff online.
Hi, Mimi.
Hey, Mimi.
Yeah, you came back.
So, it's hard, but actually nowadays there's more free resources out there than there's ever been for learning. There's tons and tons of mentorship programs. Like, you got people like Michael Hampton. In fact, I would say in this day and age, there's like an overabundance of education. And so in this day and age, it's easy to get so focused on hoarding and collecting all of the education, when a lot of the time, the thing you need to do is clear. It's just easier to go and watch all of the tutorials and download all of the references than it is to sit down and draw for 5 hours every single day and practice and grind it out. Just drew from a Michael Hampton tutorial today. Yeah, it's great. His book is good. He has great YouTube content. He has classes online that are live. How much studying art in a day is actually productive? I feel like after a few hours, my brain can't take it anymore, but I hear people working 8 hours a day. That's a really good question.
That is a very good question.
I have done both, and I've seen a lot of people do both. When I was in FZD, a lot of the times it wouldn't be uncommon to do 16 hours in a single day. And I've gone where I don't practice at all. I've done everything in between. I guess I would say it depends on the assignment. There's repetitious assignments that don't take a lot of brain power, and then there's like assignments that really require a lot of brain power. And another thing is, as you get better, your speed and efficiency and brain usage, the speed will go up and the brain usage will go down as you get better.
That's a good point.
So when you're an absolute beginner, drawing one head is like so hard. But as you get better, you'll be able to do more with the same amount of effort.
And less time. Actually, I remember when Colton was like, oh man, it's going to take me forever to do my 1,000 heads. And I was like, but as you get better, you're going to do them faster anyways.
Yeah,
and you've sped up a lot.
I could bang out 20, 30 heads in a day now.
Yeah.
If I really tried.
Yeah.
Whereas in the beginning, I was spending 30, 40 minutes on one head.
Yep.
So as you get better, you speed up. And I mean as the hundreds of hours you practice goes up. You're not going to get better in 3 hours of practice. You're going to get better over like 200 hours of practice.
But of course you can't do 200 hours of practice in one go. It's incremental.
It's a consistency
thing. So the more you're consistent, the better you'll get.
Yeah. And again, I have I have seen dozens and dozens and dozens of people become professional artists. Like I'm definitely unique in the fact that I've watched a lot of people go from beginner to professional. I've seen it over and over and over and over and over. I've done it myself, and I've seen many people do it at any age. But that's a really good question. So I would, you speed up as time goes on. And the effort goes down. I don't want to do my head homework. I only have 15 left. You can do your head homework and then at me when you do it. I would say when you're a beginner, focus on, even if it looks terrible, focus on doing it correctly. That was actually a big thing in like a head drawing class. Is like, even though everybody's heads looked terrible, as long as they were following the process. You know what I mean?
Yeah. But it's like you gotta give your brain and your arm enough like time to understand how to draw something, like draw the head properly.
Yeah.
It's like if you've never drawn a circle before, your circle's gonna look like this, and it's not gonna look like a circle.
Yeah.
But the more you draw like circles and try to get it right, your muscle memory is going to get it right.
Yeah.
For the most part, it's.
Well, if you take a head drawing class with other people and the people don't have any experience, you'll notice that everybody's heads look absolutely terrible, but it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
What matters is that you're following the process, because eventually they won't look terrible, but you'll be using the same process.
Yeah.
But the reason there's so few people who are pros is because it takes so long, and it's actually kind of boring. Like, you're drawing boring stuff, and it's like, it's not for a little while. You're drawing boring stuff for a long time. Take it about, I don't want to generalize too much, but I would say I would be surprised if it took less than 5 years of basically full-time work to become a pro. Like a decent level professional. 5 years of, like, I'm saying, the 6,000 hours on average to become a pro. 6,000 hours.
I really like this page. This is really fun.
There's a reason why a degree is 4 years. Yeah, and another thing is you see mass amounts of people graduating from college who aren't even getting work. I haven't seen anybody go from a beginner to a pro artist in less than 5 years. And they were putting in crazy hours. You know, I mean, full-time hours, you know. Generally no less than 5 hours a day for the most part. And it makes sense if you're doing the now that doesn't mean you're not going to see a tremendous amount of improvement within that time. I'm saying you're going from a beginner artist to a pro. I was just talking about Dina a little bit ago. FZD, like I said, a lot of the time we put in 12 16 hours a day of practice for pretty much the whole year, but I don't think there were very many days that went below 10 hours of practice. But that was 1 year, and people would come in as like art hobbyists who drew a lot, and after a year they would graduate and they would get hired professionally. I did. I was 18 when I went to FZD, and I graduated and got hired. I actually got a job offer before I even graduated.
Wow.
I had an email, and I started working doing theme park design before, right after I graduated. And I was making like $350 a day from that work. It wasn't
small money.
It wasn't tiny money as a 19 or as a 20-year-old.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it wasn't too bad. Is this Stream Beats? I don't know what that is. So I guess the answer would probably be no. It's Epidemic Sounds, if you mean the music. Yeah, so 6,000 hours of practice. Let's say you practice 3 hours a day, times 365, without missing a single day. You practice 3 hours a day. That's only 1,095 hours of practice, so that'd take about 6 years. If you practice 3 hours a day without a day off, it'd take you a little bit less than 6 years to hit 6,000 hours of practice. So you'll hear, and it really is a numbers thing, because it's a mileage thing a lot of the time, becoming a pro. Everybody thinks they're unique in the fact that they think it'll take less time for them. But it's pretty mathematical. I've talked to a lot of people. I was actually going to do a YouTube video quite a while back on how many hours of, like, asking a whole bunch of my professional friends. I have friends who worked at 343 on Halo. I have friends who work at Blizzard. I have friends who are art directing on huge projects, who are working at Ubisoft and EA and all these companies. I talked to a lot of them, and we've come to the conclusion that it was about 6,000 hours of practice before they got their first professional job. Sure that there's also some very rare exceptions who work at a much quicker pace than everyone else. Yeah, those are the people who put in 16 hours a day. They get there a lot faster. It's 3 hours a day is super manageable if I stop spending all my time on the Minecraft server. Yeah, and again, that 6,000 hours of practice does not mean from now. I mean, from now, you're starting the 6,000 hours. If you've drawn your entire life growing up, you're already probably 1,000 or 2,000 hours into that. But I also want to warn you, that doesn't mean that if you put 6,000 hours into it, you will be a pro. I'm saying 6,000 good hours of good practice, like properly constructing and practicing your figure drawing, your anatomy, your perspective, your values. Like, if you spend, I'll say this, if you spend 6,000 hours starting now drawing a pumpkin every single day for the next 8 years, you will not be a pro. It won't teach you what you need in order to become a pro. If you draw the same anime face every single day for 6,000 hours, it will not teach you the things that you need in order to become a pro. You'll get really, 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 really good at drawing that particular anime face. But, you know that graph I showed earlier of the build with, like, the video game build? You'll have one point that goes out really, really, really far, and all the others will be tiny.
Right there.
Yep. Yeah. It'll be like this.
Oop. Sorry.
Where is it?
There it is.
It'll be like this. And then all these will be like this. 3 hours a day is super manageable if I stop spending all my time on the Minecraft server. Hey, that's one of the problems. Games are addicting. I would say try to find a group of people who also want the same thing that you want and work with them. Have accountability buddies.
I think friends with very similar goals and work ethic is going to help a lot as well.
That's why art schools can work so well, is because you're basically thrown in a classroom with the same people. Like the school that I went to, I had the same classmates the entire year, and they were all
Hardcore.
determined to become pros. Determined. Nothing was stopping them. They deleted all games off their computers. They deleted everything off of their phone, although that was around the time that Pokemon Go came out, and a lot of them would go out and play Pokemon Go on the weekend. But, like...
Either way, you know, they had to commit.
They were determined. I'm going to start drawing pumpkins every day just because you said that. I'm talking about practicing art like you're at the gym lifting weights, maxing out every single time you go to the gym. Like, lifting weights to failure. Not, I'm going to lift this little 3-pound weight a couple of times and then call it a day. That's like drawing the same anime head a couple times and then calling it a day. I'm talking like that. So if you're not struggling and crying on a regular basis because the stupid drawing won't turn out and it's so frustrating, then you're probably not practicing right. I was a freshman in high school when it dropped and everyone in my school was catching monsters. That's funny. Help. I mean, if it's like a similar skill level to like what you have to go through to become a doctor, and doctors are spending years and years
grueling,
staying up late, studying textbooks, memorizing to become a doctor. Because again, you're going to be making a similar rate to doctors if you're really good. So it would make sense that it's a similar workload. What do you recommend keeping focused while practicing? I struggle with losing flow constantly. I have really bad ADHD. I always have my entire life. The way I did it was really setting up an environment. Setting up an environment where you can't play games, or you can't, like, the amount of effort it would take to stop drawing is more than the amount of effort it would take to continue drawing. Like, when people, a lot of the time when people freelance and they run their own business, they'll literally, like, rent office space to freelance out of because they can't focus at home. Now, I'm not saying you should do that or can do it. Christine and I, we have this streaming setup. We've got a table. My computer is not even here. My computer is back there. Christina's computer is in the other room. The only thing to do at this table is stream. We've got the streaming laptop, we've got the cameras, the lights, the monitor, and that's it. So Christina and I couldn't even get distracted from the stream if we wanted to, other than my phone that I get distracted on. You know? So, like, try to push away distractions. And if that means uninstalling Minecraft, do it. I think chasing your dreams is more important. If that's what you really want to do, heading to a coffee or boba place could help for sure. Absolutely. And that's why when people ask, oh, should I get an iPad for drawing? Like, yeah, if that'll help you not get distracted in practice. If you can find a group of friends that you can hang out with. The only problem is it's really hard to find a group of friends who are as dedicated and serious as you are, because most people aren't hardcore. Like, even in our Discord server, right? We have like 2,500 people in the Discord server, and you probably wouldn't be able to find more than like 2 or 3 people in there who are like hell-bent on becoming a pro, where they're willing to put in like major hours into it and stay up late on a call together. And yeah, I got rid of everything. Now it's just my paper and my pencil. Yeah, and you don't have to actually get rid of stuff. You can just put it far enough out of reach that it takes a lot of effort to get it back out. I can use anything that's possible to draw on, honestly. Toby, speak of the devil. Toby is here. Speaking, crits, of people who are determined to become professionals. Toby here on YouTube chat is one of my past mentorship students. He's currently in Art Center, and he's been pulling crazy hours in term in order to improve. He just finished a perspective class that took 14 weeks. So Toby's in the Discord server. He hangs out in the voice channel sometimes. Really cool dude. He is one of those people that in like 3 or 4 years, he's going to be a pro, and everybody's going to be like, oh man, so good. Like, Toby's pretty good right now, right? As like at like that level, Toby L. But in 3 or 4 years, Toby's going to be a pro. And he's going to be like, awesome, I got my first job on Apex. I'm really talking up Toby. By the way, I did design stuff for Apex Legends. I designed some skins for the loot tick. They called it the loot tick. Is that actually the official name for it, or was that just like a project thing? It's like a little kind of like pyramid-shaped bot that has legs, and I don't know exactly what it is. I designed Christmas skins for that loot tick.
I remember that.
Yeah, you remember when was I in California then?
I don't know. I think you were in California then.
Yeah, I did Christmas skins for the loot tick.
My Apple Pencil's at like 20% now.
Whoa!
What should we eat for dinner tonight?
Plasmoid soup?
Ew.
Same.
By the way, have you seen my grandma on these streams lately? You have?
Yeah,
Okay.
she joined the one today.
Okay. Maybe I just didn't notice it, but hi, Grandma.
Daniela's back too. But like another thing is that even though like Christina and I still take classes to this day. Respawn because I was on TikTok, nice. Even to this day, Christina and I take classes. I do figure drawing almost every single day. Almost every day. And I'm doing my 1,000 anime heads challenge. Mm-hmm. I do it every day, except yesterday. I don't. Actually, no. I didn't do any heads for the challenge yesterday, but I did do a bunch of heads for something else of anime heads. By the way, even though I'm doing 1,000 anime head challenge, I'm drawing way more than 1,000. I just don't.
You just don't add them into the collection.
I just have like a special file that I'm doing the challenge in, and if I don't draw them in that file, I don't count them. So I've probably already drawn like more than 200. But I'm only on 136 or something, or 7. Just know for Blizzard they're called loot box, but I guess that was the placeholder name. No, Apex is what? Who makes Apex Legends?
I don't know.
Respawn, right? I had a friend who got a job offer at Respawn. I think he took it. It was years ago. What is a good way to practice drawing? It depends on what you want to get better at drawing. It depends on what your goals are, I should say. How you been, Toby? You in term? No, you're out of term, right? Tarby?
Tarby?
Tarby. No break started a few days ago. Nice. Annabelle Hucklesby by 1.
Eric liked his car.
Nice.
That's good.
Yeah, the new one looked really good. Did you get like a B or something? I'll have to start seriously diving into different jobs in the industry to figure out what career path I want to pursue. Yeah.
Fine, I guess I'll erase this.
If you want to do animation, if you want to do concept art, if you want to do illustration. You know, a really good thing to do is you just draw on the iPad and you just draw like this.
Yeah, that's actually what I did earlier. I was like this.
But you can actually hold it close to you and close one eye. And then you can draw in a wider lens.
Yeah.
So if you want to draw on a long lens, hold it further away. And if you want to draw on a wider lens, you can hold it closer. But close one eye because of your depth perception. It'll change it. So if I'm just like, I'm going to draw this guy from the top, but I want to draw him in kind of a wider lens, then I'll just do that. Or you could just take a picture of it with your camera, but I think using physical models.
Physical models a lot more like natural and feels.
Yeah, when I did all of these drawings, all of these ones, I was just drawing from the model standing on my desk. Dang, I need to do another sketchbook of these. That was fun.
Bye, Shauna.
I feel like it helped a lot.
I feel like this is one of those streams that
Thank you for showing up.
Yeah.
Bodies and hands. Figure drawing.
And
draw a bunch of hands.
Draw a bunch of hands even though you don't know what you're doing sometimes. Sometimes you just gotta launch yourself.
Yeah.
So
I've got a thing that I like to say.
What?
When someone wants a critique and they say, what am I doing wrong? A lot of the time I'll say everything and nothing. And what I mean by that is everything about your art, about your drawing is wrong, but you're doing nothing wrong in the fact that you just need to draw more to get better. So they're doing everything wrong, but they're doing the right practice.
Yep.
Just because your artwork turns out bad doesn't mean you're practicing wrong. It may just mean you haven't gotten enough practice. That's huge. Like, that was huge for me.
Yeah. Like, just because you're doing it, like, just because it looks bad doesn't mean you're doing something wrong, I'd say. Because it's like, you gotta start somewhere.
Mm-hmm. Everything and nothing.
It's not very, it sounds like it doesn't help, but it does help a lot, actually. At least I think it does.
It's like everything about your drawing is wrong, but you're doing the right practice, so just keep doing that.
Yeah.
I showed my mom the second drawing of Junko that you made and told her it looks like her, and she gave me that specific look.
that actual look, like that death glare. Yeah. That's funny.
Well, I'm ready to wrap up pretty soon.
Yeah, it's getting kind of late.
It's almost 9. We've been live for just about 4 hours.
How do we do that? It's like, it's always like, oh, well, it's kind of quiet today. We'll probably do a short stream, and then 4 hours goes by.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready to wrap up too, so whenever, I just gotta draw this bust real quick.
Will y'all be on quiet drawing? Probably not. It's always possible. I think it's because smaller view streams are more intimate by nature, so conversation is easier. Yeah, for some reason, TikTok didn't send our stream out to like anybody today, so maybe they've nerfed our streams, which it's fun to have a small stream once in a while.
Yeah.
But our business thrives off of new traffic coming in, so it kind of sucks as well. So we're gonna have to figure out why it's happening. I have no idea.
I hope it's not because we're boring. Oh, wow, he's standing now.
Want to make a comic? Do you have any advice? Just do your best. I don't know.
Composition. Learn how to compose images.
And learn how to write.
And learn how to write. Well, you'll actually notice that if you looked at the One Punch Man original manga that was really bad, their composition's actually pretty good. It feels like it makes sense. Yeah, so even though the art is bad, it's still composed in a way that's really easy to understand.
Yeah.
Like if the panel looks like it's compositionally sound, this is bad. Whatever.
Oh, our season 2 got delivered. Ooh. We'll have to watch a couple episodes tonight, maybe.
Yeah. So if like they have like a bad drawing but a good composition, a professional can literally just take that same panel and redraw it professionally, and it would still work.
Yeah. It's almost like a storyboard.
Yeah, it's like a storyboard type thing.
The original.
Not the one with the good art.
The original, Maddie. The original. I think it was a webcomic at very, very first, right?
Yeah.
I don't remember exactly. Hi. You both are like the complete opposite of boring. I love just drawing and watching your stream for 4 hours.
Oh, well, we appreciate it. Well, we definitely wouldn't be here without you guys. That's for sure. Well.
Yeah. All right, we're going to we're going to head out. School is hosting a pageant. I'm participating. Awesome.
Ooh, good luck. That's
yeah,
fun.
Everybody. We're going to wrap it up. Thank you. Higher YouTube audience this time. I think a lot of people have moved over to YouTube. I prefer that. It is better. YouTube is better. Bigger screen, much bigger.
What if we experiment with just a YouTube only stream?
We could try a YouTube only stream sometime.
Yeah.
I don't think that people would find us nearly as much because YouTube doesn't tend to push out streams.
That's true. We'll see, though.
TikTok really pushes out streams. So, yeah. Well, thank you, everybody, for coming by.
Bye. I just said bye. I don't know.
Yeah. All right. See ya.
Thanks for coming.
Thank you for coming by. We'll be live on a Wednesday. Don't forget to do your Secret Santa, and Secret Santa is actually next Monday, I think. So in 7 days from now.
Oh, this is exciting.
7 days from now, we will be doing Secret Santa, and it's probably going to be a 12-hour stream. So in 1 week from now, most likely a 12-hour stream, and we're going to be going over the Secret Santa art and stuff. Yeah, I did hear that you can do vertical and horizontal at the same time on YouTube.
Ooh.
I did look into that. You have to start 2 streams. Yeah, we'll try that sometime. We really want to try everything. Mm-hmm. So, yeah, you reminded me. I forgot about that.
Wow. Thank you so much.
All right. All right, everybody. Bye-bye. TikTok, I'll end y'all first, so see ya.
See ya.
And YouTube. We'll talk to you later as well. See ya.
Bye.